All right. So, Stunning and Brave Megatron, how you doing, buddy? I am starting a paint stream as Culture Casino ends. Let me see what happened here. It's just echo bass. Bruce Lombardo's channel to check out the Paintstream and Chill. A lot of fun. So hit the bell at the end, guys. It's going to be great. Have a good one, everybody. Thank you, Culture. All right. Stunning Brave Megatron, how you doing, bud? Are you going to be doing any drawings today, sir? Are you doing any art? Are you doing something? Let me know. Because if you are, I will bring you in on panel if you want to be. You have my Discord, I hope. Let me see if I can find a way to get it in here. All right. Nope, I don't have you. Button copied. Okay. Nope, not that. Invite people. There we go. So, Stunning and Brave. This is a Discord. Pop in there. I'll send you a link. Right now, I'm suspended on Twitter, and I just refuse to deal with them. I don't like Twitter. I know. Yeah. Hello, Darius Munchausen. How's everybody today? A video on Ord's Discord. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings situation, Apollo Patriot. That looks pretty interesting. I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to be watching it. Need to figure out a way to tell Twitter just to take down my account. I refuse to watch them. Okay. That's fair. That's fair, Stunning and Brave Megatron. All right. So, Makini is out of the office today, and so I'm running the show. No, he had some things going on, and he did a big stream over the other night on his channel talking about Kotaku having a fit about the entire situation where they don't understand. Men want to see hot women, and women want to see hot, muscular, beefy dudes, or just handsome dudes if they can't be beefy. And that's understandable. Not everybody is going to be a mesomorph. Not everybody's going to have the V taper. But I'll also throw this invite to my friends over at the Gatekeepers, should they want to join. This will be a stream dedicated to tabletop games and chilling out and miniature painting. Our friend Mechasol, otherwise known as T-shirt Historian, he will be over here, he says. So, Man of War 665, Neighbor of the Beast. Hail, amigos. Hail, good sir. How are you today? We're having a fine day. The original Xbox is what I played Lord of the Rings game on. And it was a very interesting game. Also, if you guys want to join me in the stream and talk about this, if we want to talk about Lord of the Rings, I'm not really against that idea. We can talk about the LOTR stuff. Just peeled them. This is the soap I use to scrub my brushes. This is a liquid agitator that I use on the soap. I want to have my hands free. So let me copy this. If you guys wish. Up in here. Like I said, topics today are going to be basically tabletop gaming, painting, and such like that. This is a quote unquote a chill stream. Hello, Captain Trek. How are you today? Studying Brave Megatron says, "I am keeping my comic concept art to keep to the excuse me. I'm keeping my comic concept art to the Twitter DMs for the time being." Hail Darius. Hail Edge of Time. And like I said, I just put a link up in here if you guys are already members of my Discord. And if you want to pop in, that'd be fantastic. The less I spend with my hands on the keyboard, the better. Wow, Apollo Patriot says, "I have 2 jobs from YouTube and my real life job, but I simp for that elf lady, Lady Tariel, from the Hobbit movie. Evangeline Lilly is her name. I don't know if that's her true name. Quite a pretty lady. She was also in a movie with Hugh Jackman, the Rock'em Sock'em Robot movie of 2011. I can't remember the name of. Real Steel. And if you guys have seen Real Steel, you'll understand exactly where they were inspired from. And it's a cute movie. It's a good movie. It almost has that John Davidson Rocky-esque feel to it, because it is a fight boxing movie or a fighting movie. And eventually it does rely upon the main character's physical prowess to be able to defeat his nemesis at the end. All right, let's get some paint going. Studying Brave Megatron says, "I'm drawing one of the hot chicks from my comic." Studying Brave Megatron, I wouldn't be upset if you sent me your information for whatever Discord or Gilded channel you have. I do like Gilded quite a bit. I don't use it as much as I should, but I think that would be a good place for you to put some of your work as well, because Twitter for me is just a cesspool. I get in Twitter and I realize that I'm a minority of thought over there, or feels like a minority of thought, because they don't value the conservative voices at all. They do what they can to squash them, and I've been squashed at Twitter, and that's okay. I mean, it's their business, but I really I wish I had a lottery amount of winnings. I discuss things with them. I just want to talk. Apollo Patriot says, "I love the old movies like Kelly's Heroes." I think everybody does. Those are his jams. I just watched again The Bridge at Remagen, which is a 69 movie, I think. And it's a pretty solid war film. When I mean pretty solid, I mean you can watch that with your granddad or your father or your brothers, and you can just have a blast. Let's see. Do I want to keep that color? If you guys are aware of anything I need to keep my eyes on, let me know. Paulo says, I hope the future 4chan will own Twitter. That is great. And I'm a fan of 4chan. I don't use it. I have a value for it. It is a place to siphon memes from, much like Imager used to be. Imager is just ruined now. They've given that crap. Oh, Man of War 665 says, Hell in the Pacific is one I would recommend. Hell in the Pacific is classic. I haven't seen that in, 20 years? 15 years? Something like that. That was one of the last movies I watched with my dad in Illinois. I mean, before I moved to Texas. And I'd already moved out of the house and was doing things. I was late. I went back to my parents' house at 23 or 22 and stayed till 31. My mom was having medical issues, and so you go back, and if you need help, let me know. I'll be here. Give them what resources you have. Illinois started draining my opportunities. It really did. My jobs started just fleeing the state. The only jobs that weren't fleeing the state were state jobs. Those seem to be the main employer in Illinois now. I'm getting my paints ready on my palette here. Yeah, Paulo, the Lord of the Rings situation, it looks pretty interesting because you've got a bunch of individuals that are fans of the books, and they're not the type of people to go out and make videos every 30 minutes. And I'm not saying anything negative. God, I love Nerd Cookies for making Dune and LTR videos just consistently. They make there's some really good stuff on the web, and if you guys aren't subscribed to Nerd Cookies, you owe it to yourself to go find her channel, Nerd Cookies, and get into that. If you're not up to speed with Lord of the Rings or Dune, about a year's time is what you need to get up to speed. And so I do recommend that. Hey, Cigar DM, what's going on?
Nothing much. Man behind the man with the plan. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I was thinking about a stream today because Machini said I'm not going to be available Sunday. So okay. Paula Patriot just said that the Lord of the Rings movies look like they're in, or Lord of the Rings TV series looks like it's in real trouble. And the reason is that Amazon has got Twitter accounts and other accounts on like Facebook or Instagram talking about how the fans don't know what they're discussing. We're just making the stories that J.R. Tolkien wanted to make, but he couldn't. Which they're adding quote unquote modern sensibilities to a timeless classic, a literary classic. And Amazon, being a bookstore, you think that they would read the Tolkien stuff like the Silmarillion or Lost Tales Volume 1 and 2. There's more than just The Hobbit out there. And
there really is. And Lord of the Rings. And, I know everybody's main structure are the four, The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings series. But, I don't know if it is a thing anymore, but I remember being in school and The Hobbit was required reading. So was The Lord of the Rings.
We didn't read Lord of the Rings. Now, we read The Hobbit in, what was it? There was an English class I took as a junior, and it was crazy good. We read Heinlein. We read Tolkien. What?
You had a good teacher?
I don't know if it was a teacher or just her syllabus. Just the things that she had set up, all the dominoes she laid out for us to knock down one at a time. The books she had us read was fantastic because we read Fahrenheit 451. We read Starship Troopers, Hobbit, A Christmas Story. But she had all this like 19 59 and before Americana that she had us read, and The Hobbit was in there, and it was just a good book. There's no other way to put it. I mean, there wasn't a single book that I read that afterwards I was just kind of rocking on my heels going, that narrative is amazing. Apollo Patriot's like, yeah, we got to keep our eyes wide open on Lord of the Rings. Amazon doesn't understand the power of the fans, and they've put the Tumblr people, the people that are screwing up the narrative by forcing bad pronouns into an already pronoun provided world. He is a proper pronoun.
He, she, it.
1900s. There's no need to change it, because when we have an established base or foundation, all we can do is build up. Going down and trying to fuck up the base is going to foul up the rest of the language we have. But these guys are unable to comprehend this. And it's going to be very fun to watch, because Amazon has kicked a hornet's nest. The majority of people that love Lord of the Rings are not Amazon Prime customers. They're people that would have been Prime customers if they would have honored the legacy of J.R.R. Tolkien. Man of War says, I read The Hobbit 45 years and Lord of the Rings 42 years, respectively. Tolkien was nowhere near public school reading lists in public schools in the South of the 70s and 80s. No, he wasn't. I graduated in 93, so in 91, I had Mrs. Janveren as a high school teacher at Warrensburg Latham High School, where I grew up at. And she was teaching this stuff, and she had an idea for a new English class, and they let her run with it, which was really weird, because everybody else in the school was, Vonnegut and Heinlein fan. You talk to any teacher about good literature like that, and they could spar with you for minutes, going on hours. You didn't have but 45 minutes per class, so you couldn't really turn it into debate club. But you could fence with teachers on this stuff, and we had some teachers that were well read. And Janveren was crazy. She was crazy for saying, I want to bring this to mainstream. And then a couple of years after I graduated in 93, I heard she stopped teaching there. I think that she probably had pushback, because a lot of parents did not like Starship Troopers. Kids were bringing home this book, and they were talking to their parents about it. And I was one of the few kids that was like, this actually is a good dictum for life. This is a good way to have your life set up. And my parents thought, it's just a science fiction book, no big deal. And it didn't really damage me. It made me think of things differently. And whenever I went in the military, I had a different mindset than a lot of other people. I still didn't treat the military right. But Janveren was just fantastic as a teacher. And I hope that after she left Warrensburg that she kept teaching somewhere else. And if she didn't get ushered out over there, if somebody gave me bad info, which I wouldn't doubt, but I can only go on either hearsay or what I can find, and I can't find her on the school website. She was a fantastic teacher. God, she was good.
Hey, Bruce, is somebody waiting in the waiting room?
Oh, shit. T-shirt. Hey, buddy.
Well, hi there.
How you doing?
I'm okay. Had to take a little break after Culture Stream real quick, but here I am, getting fired up and ready to go.
Fantastic. I was talking about you yesterday before we started gaming hardcore.
Uh-oh. What'd you say?
I want people to subscribe to you. You're at 379 subscribers, and you're quickly closing in on where I'm at 400. I just crapped 400, but I'm not a quote-unquote a popular guy to follow. I kind of put my ideas out there, and they're not fun ideas. There's a difference. There's one way for a person to use a charisma to their charisma for good, like you do, and then there's another way for people to use a charisma for bad, like me.
Well, evidently my charisma for good isn't working that well either, because I'm only at 370 today. So
I thought you were at 379. My bad.
Yeah, I wish. That would be nice.
How long have you had that channel?
Let's see. What I started about May, so last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a rocket ship in YouTube land. especially for a geeky guy gamer account. Just saying.
Well, thank you.
Paula Patriot says, when I was in high school, I had to pick a book project, so I got The Hobbit, and I love J.R.R. Tolkien.
We started back in high school. We started with the classics, Frankenstein, Dracula, and a few other of the old classics. And I asked my teacher, like, why we're not reading Mark Twain? Well, we can't read Mark Twain because it says the N word. I'm like, Huckleberry Finn has the N word in it. I don't think Tom Sawyer does, or the kid from Connecticut in King Arthur's Court, or something like that was the title, I think. But they were just Mark Twain was on a no list, and I think that's a horrible, horrible crime, personally.
Well, Hawaii is actually fighting back with the Supreme Court to see whether or not getting books banned from school libraries constitutes a violation of free speech.
It should. I think banning books is against our constitutional right of free speech. Now, here's the thing: if a private school says no, we're not going to do these books, it's a private school, completely different. But if it's a government ran, I feel like I should apologize to Bruce really quick. But if it's a publicly ran school where the government is pouring money into it, freedom of speech should be one of the biggest things that they teach by not banning books. There's a bunch of books out there that should never have been banned to begin with. I'm not telling you should have your kids read Hitler's book, but Mark Twain, come on, people.
Mein Kampf was on my high school bookshelf back then. So
was it really? It was not on mine.
Yeah, we had it in Warrenburg School, high school library.
But both of you guys are, I think, a little bit older than I am.
Yeah, a little bit. Graduated in 91.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. You got 10 years on me.
I think Bruce is about my age.
Not quite at that peak yet, but I'm at 47.
Okay.
I kind of made a joke on one of these streams that most of my friends are either in their late 40s or early 50s because I get along with your guys' generation better than I do with my own. I don't know why that is. I just do. But my daughter came home with a list of books that they're thinking about banning this year. When Anne Frank was one of them. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, we read that back in middle school.
Yeah, I read it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the world's best novel out there, but it's definitely should be read.
Well,
so we went. My teacher was about ready to have us read the Narnia series, and some parent got mad because it said God, so we went from that to Lord of the Rings.
I don't see a problem with either of those at all.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think the whole thing was, my history is a little raw in this area. There's people who are more well-read and know more about this than I do. And despite the fact that I am actually a historian, it doesn't necessarily mean I know everything about history. But my understanding is that C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien were very good friends. And Lewis was an atheist originally, and it was Tolkien who more or less got him to become a Christian. And, the result is you get like two of the most awesome allegories for, Christianity and mythology and other things, from Narnia and, of course, Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, and everything else. So,
yeah, there are letters between the two about their writing style, especially when Narnia, the first book, came out and The Hobbit came out. How maybe it wasn't The Hobbit, maybe it was Lord of the Rings. Letters those two would share with each other, write to each other about how one thinks how God should be more prevalent in one of their books. I don't exactly remember how it went, but I know those two guys were close and they were friendly with each other. I think that literature is a wonderful thing. It definitely shows you where the culture of the current history is by the books that we write.
Well, if that's the case, then the books that are written these days show us that the culture is shit.
I agree. I mean, I do have I have authors out there that I really do enjoy, that I think they produce some really good works, but there is a majority of the books out there I look at, I'm like, there's no way in hell I'm going to read this.
Wow. I did not realize that there's crap on the web talking about Anne Frank being bisexual.
Oh, God.
She was 14 when she died. How would she even fucking, never mind.
That's kind of where I was thinking.
I thought she was like somewhat attracted to Peter in that thing, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a while since I read it, but
here's the thing about Anne Frank. Anne Frank was not allowed to have a normal life. She died before her life took over. Her sexuality is a non-point. That's just dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
That's crazy.
That pisses me off.
That is people projecting wish fulfillment into literature where it did not exist. That would be that's like the people who were always saying that Samwise and Frodo were like low-key gay lovers or something, and I'm just like, no, you can love your fellow man or woman and it not be like a totally sexual thing.
Here's the thing about Samwise and the other guy. Fictional characters. They're not real. Who cares? If Frodo decided to roll over and give Sam his potato, does it really affect your day-to-day life? No, because they're fictional fucking characters.
Well, okay. I'm of two minds on that one. It's very easy to dismiss things as it's a fictional character. Why are you getting so worked up about it?
Right.
But as we know, fandom is a really strong thing because you create associations with these characters. You follow them through their adventures, and in some ways, you also kind of form a bond, like almost a wish fulfillment or a vicarious living through fictional characters. And this translates to actors and athletes and things on screen also. Which is one of the reasons why you get very, very upset when your favorite rock star or your favorite actor dies, because you felt an emotional commitment or a link to that person. So I don't completely think it's fair to just dismiss the argument out of hand as saying, well, it's a fictional character. Why are you getting so worked up about it? I mean, that's kind of mean.
It is, but my problem with fandom is it depends on said person. If you have every poster of, I don't know, pick a musician or an actor that you like, and they do something in their personal life that you disagree with, that's their choice at the end of the day, because they get to live their life. A fictional character, their life ends when the book is over.
Yeah, in a way. Certainly, you can fantasy role players especially can always come up with the what ifs and the what would have happened if this story had continued, or here's what I would have done if I had been that character, etc., etc. And that's part of why role-playing games are so much fun, because you can kind of explore those.
Yeah. I give you that. It's just fandoms. Some of the fandoms out there just drive me crazy. God, I was watching an interview with William Shatner, William Shatner, and the original cast of Trek, right? Mm-hmm. And there was a fandom out there that made it where, God, what was his name? The Asian character, Zulu and Shatner's character were lovers, or Shatner's character and Nimoy's character was lovers. I'm like, okay, that's not funny, but I'm not mad, whatever, and I just move on with my life.
Yeah, it's fan fiction.
Fictional characters.
Yeah, I mean that's And that's okay. I mean, fan fiction is fine. It is what it is. It's it's stuff written by the fans for fan consumption, for fan enjoyment. I mean,
Right.
nobody's
But
trying to get it canonized.
But when
Is
you
the key
go
thing.
after somebody who died horribly, I imagine, who was afraid for her life, who had to hide in her attic because men were trying to come and kill her, and no, we're banning her book because of her sexuality. Get the fuck off the cross. We need the wood.
Yeah, I kind of agree on that one way or the other. It's like whether she was bisexual, not bisexual, or whatever kind of bullshit take they're trying to make on it, because they're reading more into the story than was there. The book is still a history, even if it's written, kind of from a
18-year-old girl's perspective.
well, yeah, or what's the I forget the technical term for it, but an author or a narrator who is not 100% on everything, but because it was all from her point of view, as an autobiography, I guess, basically, or biography in a way. But
it's
but it was
from
like a
her
testament.
diary, so yeah.
It was a living testament to a history. It's like, if you can discard that, then you have to get rid of Pliny or Plutarch or Plato or any of the other Roman or Greek scholars and authors who wrote about shit that was going on at the time from firsthand accounts. And and a lot of those things are debated among historians and things, but nobody is ever just going to just straight up say, well, I think we need to get rid of Plutarch because he was just a little bit too gay. Can't trust his histories because he was just a little bit too gay.
Jesus. Yeah. I don't think a person's, and this is just me personally, I don't think a person's sexuality should be held against the person, even if it is the truth about who they are.
True.
You can, a person, you should, a character of a person should be based on their actions, not who they crawl in bed with.
Right. Wow, that's very forward thinking, man. That's great. How come more people don't think like you?
I refuse to drink the Kool-Aid.
There you go.
And Connell is one of these individuals that he lives in Illinois. He is obviously not drinking the water they sell up there.
Ooh.
No, I think for myself, which, has put me with odds with Bruce a few times. I mean, not like we're getting into a fist fight, but man, my God, he's an asshole. And I'm sure Bruce is thinking, damn, he's a son of a bitch.
We had those thoughts. We had those discussions.
I think the greatest thing about being able to think with a critical thought is to actually think with critical thought, not just go with the tide.
Yeah. And the other part of that too is having friends that you can have these discussions with and not be, thrown under the bus because you have them or you have these thoughts or feelings and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, where Bruce is way one direction, I have like 3 or 4 other friends are the way the other direction, and I seem to be the guy in the middle for most of this. And it's kind of funny from time to time because I see where Bruce is coming from, but I also see where they're coming from. And at the end of the day, I'll say they're both fucking idiots from time to time, and they get mad, and I just giggle. It's like last night, I not going to say anything negative about him. I promised him I wouldn't, but I had a chat with a person that we've had issues with.
I saw about an hour of it, and as much as I kind of felt sorry for him, I disagreed with him on his recollection of what happened. I have a chat log here. I have the actual text.
You have receipts
during the severance of my give a shit for him, and so I'm like, wait, I don't think your recollection is quite what you think it is, but I'm like, okay, whatever. And I hadn't talked about him in like 2 weeks until just now. I was doing so good. I'm like, I'm willing to let you go. I still don't like you, but I'm not going to talk about you. And that's all I'm saying.
I think and I had a how many hour conversation with last night. I don't agree with everything he says. He doesn't have to agree with everything he says, but we can at least be civil with each other, and I think that is a good step forwards. So if you disagree with anything I say, please come find me, and I'll have a conversation with you and see how it works out in the end.
We have Discord. I'm pretty okay with the means of communication we have.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I should be making a video right now, but I have absolutely nothing to talk about, or I want to talk about right now because I'm burnt out from last night.
Okay, I didn't get to watch everything last night, but what happened last night? Just the
We had a
gaming.
D&D session for about 7 hours.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, we had D&D session. Then I got off, but not in a fun way. And I started doing some chores around my house, and my daughter notified me that Condor was, having a live chat, and he was talking about us. So I got on there to see what he had to say, and I basically, made him a deal where I will stop running my mouth about him. He stopped saying my name. Nothing Machiavellian. Then we decided I asked him to send me a link so we can actually talk like we're talking right now. And we had a discussion for the next 3 to 4 hours.
I heard a session that he had was about 6 hours long.
It was almost breaking 7 hours.
And at one point, he almost tried to cover everything which we talked about in the last Table Breakers and the Gatekeeper stream combined.
That's a lot.
Is he not a fan of y'all's?
I don't know exactly if he's a fan or a fanatic.
He agrees as much as he disagrees with us, it seems like. But that's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't want everybody to agree with whatever Bruce says or me. I mean, I love Max to death. I really do. I think he's a great person, but his there's only one right way to play gag, a right way to play, and you're doing it wrong skit that he does. I think it's fucking hilarious. Because as a DM, I'll run however the hell I want. So I don't know.
Whenever I first discovered this guy, I thought, wow, he's got good little videos. He did 4-minute videos that he would cover a topic, get in, get out. He landed his punches, and the fight was over. He made good videos.
I need to do that.
He probably still does, but
he does. He does make really good videos.
But he wasn't making a lot of traction. I guess he lost videos since then. And I had a discussion with him after him and Max had a fallout because he was in the chat for Legion of Myth one time. And Max and him were kind of talking back and forth. Max is talking, he's typing. And Condor left that chat. And within one day, he made 3 videos about Legion of Myth.
Wow.
3. And I'm like, that's a lot of cream for the infected area. And I was kind of impressed. Wow, that's industrious. I think that's kind of misplaced, but okay, whatever. And I reached out to him, and Max told me later, no, don't do it. And I'm like, I've already tried to reach out to him. I don't know what's going on. And then Max says, don't reach out to him. He's made 3 videos about us already. And I really I don't want to have drama from this. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I get into conversation with him, and I had said, no, I like your videos. I like what you do, but I want to know if you want to confer with other people and bounce ideas off people, because I think it might help your reach. And the entire time, he's just moaning and whining about how we're just ripping apart his channel. I'm like, well, that might be Max. I haven't ripped it apart, but I'm getting the idea from you that I probably don't want to really talk to you too much more. I offer you a place. My 5 minutes is over. I'm done. So I let him rant for a little bit more, then I just block him off Discord. And that's the only person to this day I've blocked on Discord. And I'm not a person to usually just like give up, throw in the towel like that. Usually I kind of get a little irritated or angry, but I felt sorry for him. And then the more I thought about it, then I started getting angry.
Uh-oh.
He starts talking about us and such. And I'm like, hold on. I've got the chat log right here. I've got chat logs of this. So whatever he says, sometimes I listen to it maybe once every 8 months. And then if I feel like I want to reach out to him, I just go back to that chat log and I read it. And I have made some statements where I do wish to be the one inflicting violence on him. I don't like him because he has a misinterpretation of what was happening, what was said. And with my perspective, it feels like he's a narcissist.
Ooh.
And I can't allow somebody to always place themselves in a victim mentality. And on the hour that I listened to it last night, I really wanted to just disconnect my computer and take it in the hobby room and paint. At least I'd be industrious while I was listening to this. And I didn't do that. I just sat in the front room in an uncomfortable white folding chair, listening to this the whole time, feeling my ass cells get pain ridden as I was listening to this, literally getting butthurt, listening to this victim talk about all the woe is me-isms. And the thing that I think sealed the deal for me was I went and looked on the internet about 8 months ago about this guy, or whenever all this happened. It was November, my bad. And I looked on the internet, and there's people from like 1915 or 2015 and 2016, 6 years ago, talking about how they wanted him to be their DM. And they made the statement to him, hey, we want you to come out and be our DM. We've decided we want you to run a game for us. Imagine that. 3 or 4 or 6 people that live around each other that would be almost in the same home together for game time with sound and AV set up properly, saying, no, we want you to be our DM, be a remote DM for us, since we're opposite ends of the state or the country or different continents. We've decided you on this planet filled with billions of people to be the guy that provides us our entertainment and stories. And something happened because they were earnest in their request. And this guy living in Kanabistan, apparently the internet messed up and he heard the wrong thing and he called them names and said they didn't understand and they were idiots.
Uh-oh.
Every time there's a variance with this individual, he always belittles the people that he's talking about or talking to, and he tries to look like, I'm a mentor, I'm a good guy, I do things, I don't know where things went wrong, and now everybody hates me. And this was in 2015. This guy made a video on the YouTube. I could go back to my conversation with Crafty McCrafty off Legion of Myth, and I could get into this. And I could talk and show you this video, and there would be no difference in what I'm saying to what this guy says in this years-old video. And even after a period of time, a person tends to change. I've changed in the past 7 years. I don't hate, and I'm going to make myself look really bad. There's a certain religious demographic in the world today that I just don't like. But I don't hate the people that worship that way, but I do hate the creator of that religion. I still do. I probably always will. But that's just me. But I've gotten to tolerate the people that venerate that way because typically they're not allowed to think independently from their congregations. They are forced to listen to what's in the book, supposedly. They're not encouraged to read. They're not encouraged to write. They're encouraged to go out and be good little people of this religion. And it's set up in a very, very closeted way to where it doesn't mesh with a 21st century perspective. But I can tolerate the people of it now because living in a cosmopolitan city like San Antonio has taught me to be a little bit more tolerant of people of differing beliefs. In fact, I have more conflict with people that are close to me than I have with total and complete strangers on certain things. And that's how I've changed. But whenever you have somebody explaining in 10 minutes a situation about a troubled individual that has a perceptive problem that doesn't seem to pull himself out of a victimhood mentality and into a take charge mentality to where they can fix their own problems, it's just a sad thing. And this guy, I like I was telling Connell and saying earlier in this video, I feel sorry for this character because he's not changed. Years have passed, and you think with the wrinkles come with some new understandings or ways to discuss things. And I really do feel sorry for him. Hello, Captain Trek. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Very well.
Hey, Captain Trek.
Connell
Hey.
and T-shirt historian. I want you guys to meet Captain Trek, a frequent member of the early streamers for the USA time zones.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing
How are you
good. How
doing,
are
man?
you?
Good. You know, Captain Trek, I've been meaning to ask you.
Yes.
Are you a fan of Starfleet battles?
Oh God.
Oh God. Oh, did I say the wrong thing?
No, I play that every freaking Tuesday from like the old game back in the when it originally came out, where it took almost an hour to get through one turn.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Allocating energy for like an Andorian ship would definitely take you a while.
My drones take 3 hours to hit one target.
And what
Wow.
happens if they've got ESGs?
Yeah. Sorry.
But you know, Amarillo Game Design Bureau is actually still around. I actually visited it during the summer last year.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, they're still there.
In Amarillo, Texas?
Yes. Yeah. They
I
were.
might have to go visit that.
You should. They were closed because you know the COOF was pretty prevalent back at the time, and most of the businesses were closed and stuff. But that place is still there, and they're still in business. They're still making stuff. And that was a great game that nobody talks about anymore.
And I played every Tuesday. Well, that between that and Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm. FASA came out with a good Star Trek game too, way back in the day. But Starfbat was like next level way back then. The only thing is, my friends and I stopped playing it because it was like every captain's rule book that would come out would start changing all the rules again, and it would just piss everybody off.
Well, yeah, I can understand that.
We used to play Starfleet battles quite a bit. Wasn't that written in '79? Or am I thinking of a different game?
No, I think you're right.
It's an old game.
It is an old
based
game.
off the original series and cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
As Mama Bear says something polite to me, even though it's even though I am severely flawed. I apologize, hon. Man of War 665, Neighbor of the Beast, likes Starfleet battles as well. That's a very good game, but man, I haven't played that in over 10 years.
Yeah, me either.
I always play Klingon. I
Yeah, me
can't
too.
help it. I always play Klingon.
Yeah, I like the Klingons.
And I don't mean to get pissy, but every time somebody's playing, I'm going to play Federation, I'm like, you cheating bastard.
Yeah,
Like, oh, am I cheating? I'm like, you guys have too much.
they really do. They have a lot of shit on their ships. I like the Andorians or the Andromedans because of those PA panels. Those are cool.
Right.
I forget. Who is it who has the Maulers?
Oh, God, I've gone against them once or twice, and it's always a pain in the ass.
Those were cool.
Those and the Hellbores.
Yeah. Oh, Hellbores or Hydrons.
Yeah.
Hydrants had hellbores and Gatling phasers.
It's like, anybody doing this turn? No. Wait until I get closer to them, just launching everything at it.
Now here's where I'm going with this. This is kind of funny. Shadzar admonished me to learn the history of D&D. So I took him up on that. I went ahead and I got the Secrets of Blackmoor video and watched it. I'm still waiting on the DVD copy, but I watched the VOD. So anyway, I was actually shocked to find out how much David Wesley had to do with the creation of Blackmoor / D&D with his with his old skirmish game miniatures based stuff, right? And one of the things that he did with his Braunstein game was, he would have like players in other rooms and stuff like that passing messages and stuff like that. Well, way back in the day, we had something similar going on with our Starfbat games because everybody had basically picked a race and we just had one big, huge, giant map that only the guy running it knew where everybody was on it. And we basically made a game out of it where you would research tech trees and throw communications out with other things that you met, et cetera, et cetera. And it was all done, not play by mail, but it was basically like the guy would visit with everybody and get their turns. And it just went on and on and on for months. And it was just like, wow. It was like the first campaign Starfbat. And I'm, to this day now that I've seen all the information about Braunstein, I'm wondering whether or not he got that idea from Braunstein.
I don't know. This sounds really cool, though. I have to look into it.
Yeah.
I did know with the Chazar, you want to avoid words like story on a few other words, but mainly story with him where he gets upset.
Oh, well, it wasn't a story. It was it was all turn based and everything, but it's just like everybody would put in their turns and what they wanted to do and stuff like that.
So were you painting their historian?
This is a Minotaur Ranger that I got from Etsy. It's a 3D print, but it's really nice. The sculpt is really
amazing
nice.
what they can do with those printers anymore. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, I had never actually tried to do any 3D printed stuff. Here's the funny thing. I bought my first Hero Forge miniature a couple of months ago because I was kind of peer pressured into it by other people at the table who was doing it during the 5th edition game.
Right.
Because I was curious how it worked. And, $60, brand new miniature, walk across the room, la, 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 falls out of my hand, hits my tile floor, bam, cracks, breaks.
Ooh.
Now, luckily, Hero Forge was real nice. They replaced it for me. But I was kind of like, wow, these things are really fragile. These are crap.
I got one years ago as a Christmas present I still play with. It has its own little spot of honor, though, when I'm not playing with it. Because I did not realize how big of a deal it was for the guy to make me a character on that site.
Yeah, they're not cheap, but yeah, this is just one from Etsy that I got, and I'm actually impressed. It's got some decent heft to it, so it doesn't feel like a toy. It's gotten good detail, paints up real well.
Gorgeous. I mean, just for what I'm seeing of it, the detail is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a miniature guy. If you haven't noticed, I like my miniatures.
Oh yeah, me too. It's a pity my GM will not do miniatures. Apparently had a bad experience with them once.
I need them in my campaigns just as an anchor. Like I said this last night, and I've said this before, I have like advanced Dell ADD. If I don't have an anchor there to grab my attention, I'm wondering how the flowers are growing 3 states away. So it's a physical anchor for me to stay with, ooh, ah, e, but still in the game.
Yeah, I get that.
Take care, Shellback.
Be well, Breast Inspector Shellback TJC.
I did not know Minotaurs can be archers. See, when I started playing, Minotaurs can only be, monsters.
Melee is what they were.
Yeah.
Melee terrorists.
Well, 5e made them now. Well, you are not playing a true Minotaur. You're not being a capital M. You're a small M Minotaur. So you're normal size, but you still got a lot of the oomph behind you.
Well, since we were mostly playing 3.0, 3.5 for the last 20 some odd years, we just used the Savage Species rules, and there was a supplement that was actually printed back during the 3.0 craze that was like, I think it was called like Maze of the Minotaur or something. It was from some little publishing company that only made like 2 books, but it actually detailed how to integrate Minotaurs as race, as class, as they did back in 3.0. And it was pretty cool. So those were the first Minotaurs that we played outside of my friend actually building a Minotaur playable race, because we bastardized D&D for the longest time, to the point where I hate to say it was a heartbreaker, because it really kind of wasn't, because so much of the math and science behind it was pretty unique. My friend is one of those nerds who, does calculus for fun.
That's not me.
Yeah, that's not me either.
I'll read I'll read books about history that no one really cares about for fun, but yeah, not math.
Mm-mm.
It's like I just got done with the book on Project Paperclip for the 3rd time, just because I'm sure I'm missing something.
Yeah, I'm strictly more of a visual guy.
1940s U.S. Government experiment of bringing certain scientists from a certain geographical region we were technically at war with in the 40s. Yeah,
to help us move our move along our rocket.
There, I have some conspiracy theory stuff in there, but I don't know if this is the stream for that.
Probably not, Bruce. Unless you want me giggling at you.
That happens.
It does.
Megatron says, I prefer meth class.
But I'm not in Arizona.
Say again?
Yeah, I understand meth class could be a thing, but I don't live in Arizona.
You live in Pekin.
Or was it New Mexico? Where was Breaking Bad based out of it? Was it New Mexico?
New Mexico.
New Mexico. Yeah.
Bruce, I need a couple of minutes. I will be right back.
Go ahead, sir. I was going to ask someone Captain Trek, but he's on mute.
Well, thanks for letting me come on today, Bruce.
Talking about our usual stuff, and you kind of fit right in there.
The usual
materials. Yeah, I mean, you're one of my gamers. You're one of the guys I talk tabletop hobbies with on a regular basis. So, yeah, you usually have a spot in here. If Mad's Mama Bear was doing her usual crafting, I mean, she's doing chores right now, but she's usually on my Sunday stream with Mocking ID, and she does a fantastic job. She does dolls.
Oh, that's cool. Creepy dolls, or like the ones where the eyes follow you?
Not those. She gets an idea, and then she'll head to a hobby store and get an appropriate sized piece that basically is just the skeletal framework.
Gotcha.
She takes it home, and then she'll do her work on camera.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's really cool. So, I mean, whenever Machini was drawing and doing a lot of YouTube on Sundays, I griped at him about a year and a half ago, and I said, you need to bring this lady on because you two are talking a lot, or at least conversing in chat a lot. And you could have like a morning radio show going on if you so choose.
Oh, yeah. I completely get behind that one. I really need to start getting back into painting, but the weather up here is killing my hands. I don't like the cold.
Awesome One says, I did some charity work in Appalachia, and there's a whole town where the cops and criminals work hand in hand math classes, as told to us by the locals.
Well, whatever keeps the lights on, I guess.
Why does this keep sounding like Pekin, Illinois?
Hey, I can't even argue that. Damn it, Bruce. It's funny is I lived in Poplar Bluff, and Poplar Bluff with my daughter had for schools had the best rating school in Missouri, right? But it is the biggest meth town I've ever lived in, and I live in Pekin.
When I was living in Springfield, Missouri.
But you're telling me 3 of the people on this panel either do live or have lived in Missouri. Well, this is cool.
Yeah.
Missouri's a fun little gateway.
Out of all the places I lived or stayed in Missouri, I think I'd prefer to go back to Hannibal, Missouri.
Kind of a weird dichotomy there, but yeah.
I like the fishing and the hunting.
I can see that. I live in Missouri, that's why I say.
No, what part?
Right now I live about an hour south of Kansas City.
Okay. My great aunt lived in Kansas City. I went to that famous pool hall where what was it? Fat Mo? Not Fat Mo. I can't think of the pool guy's name. They did a movie about him. Minnesota Fats used to play at. Mm-hmm. And I was not all that impressed with the Kansas City steak. I'm sorry, but where I ate, I can make better.
Steak, no. Barbecue, yes.
Oh, yeah. The barbecue is amazing. I mean, hell, me and Bruce are from the same area to begin with. And it feels like I've just been following him around because he moved out to Missouri for a while and moved back to Illinois. Now he's down in Texas, and he's been hitting that I should move down there. I'm like, I don't know, it's Texas.
It can be a scary place.
I don't know if I'd get along with it. I don't know if I'd get along with anybody down there.
Can you eat brisket with your hands?
Yes, and I can smoke a cigar, and I can drink most people underneath the table.
But okay, well, can you say the word y'all?
I'd say hoss.
That's a northern thing. T-shirt, it'll tell you that's probably a southern thing, but that's hoss is a North Texas or Dallas Fort Worth thing. We don't really say hoss down here. We say hombre.
Hombre. Y'all, I when I was living in Nashville, I said I was finding myself saying y'all more than I wanted to.
Stunning Brave Megatron asked me if I ever met Homer, and I'm like, I know 2 Homers in Springfield, Missouri. Which Homer are you talking about?
Isn't there a Homer in Missouri? Homer? Or am I thinking Illinois?
I'd have to check the Google Maps. I would have to check that.
There's a pizza place. Oh man, this is turning into food talk. I'm sorry, but there's a place in Little Rock called Ziggy's Pizza or some variation of that. Absolutely outstanding. I'm a food guy. I'm fat. I know it.
He had a steak at a place in Arkansas was to die for. And so somebody gets a sirloin steak and just stares if he lost his mind. I'd never get a sirloin steak. I don't like sirloin. I don't. I'd rather have top round than sirloin.
I'm a ribeye
Right.
guy.
Sirloin steak for me is the lowest tier of steak.
Well, hotel then Sterling, but you're not that far off.
And both homers I know are kind of heavy set.
Do they like donuts?
Okay, I don't know if Captain Trek is this way, but I know you and I both like donuts, and we both have lived in Missouri. So I don't know anybody that doesn't like donuts. In fact, I would say there's less people I know that like bagels than I know that like donuts. And
I can make
would-
some time for a good bagel.
Ooh.
Exactly. We've replaced our usual hobby stream today with stoner food talk.
I could seriously make some good, make some time for a good bagel.
Yeah, I see. I've been in Hannibal, Missouri a lot, and mainly it was because of high school. When I say a lot, I want to say I've spent probably 3 weeks in Hannibal, Missouri. And one of the reasons was because in high school we had a summer class for English. I was running short on credits. I would not have graduated if I did not try to do summer school between junior and senior year. I was not a good scholar growing up. So Hannibal, Missouri was where part of my studies went.
Mark Twain.
Say again.
If you're in Hannibal, it's got to be because of Mark Twain.
Yeah. And then later on, one of my gamers from Corpus Christi, Paul, who now is a security contractor for a large American firm that's part of the industrial military complex. He just had a baby with his wife Paula. He was from Hannibal.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's. I forget his sister's name. I think it's Katie. But talking with him about Hannibal, Missouri, you're going to be there for days.
Is it the one of the guys I gained with the other day?
No.
Okay, because he just had a baby though too, so it made me wonder if it was him.
That's little Greg.
Little Greg. Okay.
There's 6 Gregs I know in Texas that have gamed with me at the table. 3 of them have been at the table at one time.
God.
We had a table full of Gregs. I felt like it was in a bad comedy skit with those guys. Awesome One says, I love ribeye too. Ribeye is not my favorite steak. It's in my top 3.
Man, anything with a bone in it can just be taken back to the kitchen.
I'll take bone-in ribeye, bone-in T. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, bone-in definitely.
I understand that it affects the flavor. I understand that. But if I'm paying X amount of dollars for a steak, I don't want to be the large sum of the bill because of the damn bone.
I'll pay for it. I'll pay for the bone. You don't have to have it. You can have a boneless steak. Go ahead. But I will take the bone-in ribeye, the bone-in T-bone. I will take the sirloin only if it has a bone adjacent to it in the meat served on the plate, prepared with that, so the marrow cooks into the rest of the sauce, the juices. I'm not going to have a sirloin steak without bone. I won't have a boneless sirloin.
If I'll probably end up having to do it myself because I very doubt I could find a restaurant to do this. But if I could find a steak that's cooked on the bone then served off the bone, that would probably be the best for me. I hate fighting with the bone when I'm trying to get the last bit of my meat off my steak.
Well, I don't have to fight with it. Usually, I put it in my mouth, and the suction takes care of the rest.
Yeah, well, I try to I try to act like a gentleman when I'm at restaurants. When I'm at home, I don't care.
No, I am a meat eater. I am a carnivore. I will eat with my hands.
my God. So my aunt was trying to raise me to get into politics when I was younger. So I know to use the proper forks for each part of the meal. So I can't do that. I get her voice in the back of my head saying, "What are you thinking? Don't do that." And it just puts it into it.
Now, I got to say, at the age of 22, I learned how you do those 7-course meals. And that's because I watched this historical document called Titanic. And young Jack had the same question that I did. And
He worked out and he come in.
that's it. That's all you do. You with every utensil, you just make your way in towards the plate, and that's it.
No, I've actually made 7-course meals before. That's my career choice. I cook for people, and I know how to sit down at a place that does 7 courses.
Awesome one. He has a whole bunch of information like this. Last night in Scott's stream, it ended in food talk. I believe T-shirt stream yesterday also descended into food talk. Ord's Boards talks more about burritos than he does weed. And Ord's last stream he did was wake and bake. and fermented beans are edible beans.
I don't know with everything that's affecting the culture of Dungeons and Dragons if pot will actually ever really break into it, but definitely be interesting.
Okay, only this last table that I have right now is a sober table. What I mean by that, I mean nobody at my table smokes weed. Everybody else at previous tables, and I'm going to eyeball Corbin especially because Corbin would go outside and walk down one flight of stairs on the balcony, and he would do his puff pass with his girlfriend, and the neighbors would just kind of give me the stink eye for the next few days because whatever blend or whatever bad leaf he had, it would linger. It was like he had eaten at a very an MSG heavy Chinese food truck.
No.
And I don't know if you understand what I just said there, but the bathroom manners that one has when you go to somebody's house, like this food truck that used to be in service just down the road from me, they would make it to where you were unsociable. You couldn't go out, and if somebody shook your hand, you'd fart, and you'd stink somebody out of a public place or the open area around you. We've gotten into fart talk. We've gone past food talk. We're into fart talk. We're past food talk. So now the weed he had was just horrible, and it smelled bad. So anyway, this table that I have now. I mean, Corbin might come back one of these days, but I kind of doubt it. Him and I disagree on some things, and that will happen between two men sometimes. Brilliant Brave Megatron says, I just farted right now. Oh, you ate in the food truck. They moved up to where you are. Captain Trek, gotta ask you.
Mm-hmm.
When are you going to start doing reviews of Star Trek episodes? I think that might be something that you want to start doing. I really do, because Clobby's doing it, and Clobby is making his way towards 4 digits.
Honestly,
Or review like the more popular ones, like your 10 favorite, and do your dissertation as to why you might feel that we were robbed of an interesting character after David was killed in Star Trek 3.
I'd rather do why we were robbed of interesting story when, um, oh, what's Wesley Crusher wasn't killed in season 1.
I had to stop. I'm like, wait, that's not right. What?
Wow. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not a Wesley Crusher fan.
Oh, neither was I, but just it's kind of like, eh.
There's Wesley Crusher fans out there that admit it.
Yes, there are.
To tell you the truth, the Next Generation, I didn't actually start caring for until after Worf starts growing out his damn hair. Then the stories I thought got better.
It's true.
I was never a big Deep Space Nine fan until like the last couple seasons. I like Quark though.
See, I didn't like the last season of DS9. I mean, I did at the time, but looking back, it's the weakest season.
Yeah, I don't like the way the show ended. Did it get canceled, or was it just the wrap up, and that was the way that they were going to end it?
They had actually wanted to go for an 8th season.
Oh, so that wasn't. They got canceled. They weren't able to wrap up that story. That just okay. That makes sense now. I kind of got tied down to the bed and made to watch Voyager.
Who was she? And never mind.
Go ahead.
And did something more pleasurable happen other than watching Voyager?
Hell, going to the dentist is more pleasurable than watching Voyager.
Depends.
There's some good episodes in Voyager. When the doctor lost his shit because they didn't know that he had an off button so he could rest or recuperate, and instead he's on, so he just starts going down to the holodeck and playing Quake basically. That was interesting. Although I'm not certain I really agree with the addition of Jerry Ryan, it was definitely felt in my nethers. I was appreciative. But I don't know if she really added much else to the story other than just eye candy bits.
I don't know. She's the reason why we got Obama as president.
No, I don't think that's the reason at all. I don't think that's the reason at all. If I would have had another choice other than those two chuckleheads, I would have voted for the other guy because I hated McCain.
Well, oh no, okay, yeah, that's true. But
And I also hated Romney.
If it wasn't for the divorce that her and her husband had, went public the way it did, we would have had Jack Ryan running against McCain, not Obama.
No, Obama would have risen to power somehow some other way. You're not understanding the Chicago machine. He was fated to go upwards because he had the nods from the current overlords of Chicago. He had a avowed terrorist that had been imprisoned, giving him the nod. I mean, there was no way for him not to succeed in Soy Latte Chicago, or Chirac as I call it. and Jack Ryan being a schlup. I mean, if he would have been a Democrat, him taking his hot wife to a sex club would have made him a star. But instead, he went into the political game with all these like, I'm a good guy, I'm a hero to the Republican right. I fixed the schools. You know, he went there and he did all this stuff. And then Barack Obama shows off his new special move where he's like, I can unseal any sealed legal file. Watch me. And he does. And they unsealed the file as to what happened with the divorce. And that was when we learned that Jack Ryan, even though being married to one of the hottest women that Hollywood had seen for the last few years, if you liked your women to be blonde, tall, and big bosom, big of breast, and Shellback would agree with me on this, great of breast. Because of that, Jack Ryan was knocked off his pedestal. But Barack Obama had already made their work. He'd already done everything he needed to. And it was just Jack Ryan was pretty weak because he was getting far. He was getting very far. But he was running in Illinois where you're not going to come out ahead as a Republican, right?
Not in Illinois, right?
There was a kid that was from Peoria, and I can't remember what his name was, but he was making some headway up until 2012 or 13, and they found out that he was spending campaign funds on his personal knickknack collection, and he got knocked out. Like, if he would have just used his own money, like his salary, to do what I'm doing, he would have been fine. But I can't remember his name, and I know he was gayer than a $3 bill. He was from Peoria.
Oh, God.
Yeah. You know exactly who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I just can't remember his name because I would say
he's
it.
sitting in prison right now.
Oh, yeah. That's the other problem with Illinois. If you're a governor, we want to imprison you. There was a time, the rest of the nation won't get this, but Illinoisans once had 4 previous governors sitting in prison at the same time. We had Blagojevich, we had George Ryan, we had Dan the Man Walker, and there was a 4th schlup from the 1980s. T-shirts over at the diversity stream from last night. Okay.
Say what?
No. Awesome One says T-shirt is back. Did the diversity stream last night let you go? Last comment in the chat.
Oh. Diversity stream last night. Let me go. Yes, they did. Awesome One. That was hilarious.
Man of War's like, no. You forget Louisiana's in the house. Yeah, Louisiana has her own problems too.
I always wanted to live down in New Orleans.
No. I like Louisiana. It's more than New Orleans, though. Hey, Tim.
I don't know. It just, yeah, politics in Illinois is just always kind of just fucked. I guess that's why I decided, A, when I was a younger adult, I did not want to get into Illinois politics. And B, I don't watch a lot of politics today. Because I know I'm getting lied to. Somebody's lying. Their mouth is moving. They're lying. And that goes for all of them. Although, Georgia right now has a Congress lady. I think she's a Congress lady. Greenie.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah. She makes me giggle whenever she talks.
She reminds me of a more Second Amendment version of Sarah Palin without the husband in oil.
The moment she accused the Jews of having a space laser, I fell out of my seat. I called a couple of my Jewish friends and yelled at them that they didn't tell me that they had a Death Star and they'd never let me go on it. I heard it, and it came off of CNN. So I'm like, okay, that can't be right. Let's go over to Fox News and see what they have to say. They didn't really cover. They kind of covered it, but no, it per words. The reason why California is having fires is because the Jews have a space laser. I'm like,
I gotta go bing this. That's too rich. Hold on.
And I fell out of my seat. I'm like, that doesn't. She automatically just became my favorite politician.
Your favorite politician to ridicule, or your actual favorite politician?
Not, she's my favorite politician just to make fun of.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she makes me giggle. There's a couple other ones that make me giggle too, but no one has ever accused a culture of having a Death Star before on national TV. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty priceless. I remember that.
Okay.
Jewish space lasers.
HR. This is from MSM.com. I have no idea because I never said that phrase or typed it. Story that some leftist journalist was an activist wrote a hit piece on me entitled Jewish Space Lasers, and left-wing media, they run the same lies over and over again. They call me an anti blah 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 and said something like Jewish space lasers, which I never did. This is on MSN, and there's a link to her now deleted November 18 Facebook post. While she doesn't use the phrase Jewish space lasers in her post, she lays out conspiracy theory claiming 2018 California wildfires were caused by lasers or blue beams of light. It would benefit international banking firm with a Jewish family name. Let me see it. Okay. Close. I don't care. There's 70 people confirmed dead, over 1,000 missing. Fires in California, horrific tragedy. Praying for all involved. Blah blah blah. $77 billion high-speed rail project. Okay, that's not it. Wouldn't look good for P&G&E. Rothschilds Incorporated Solar and Jerry Brown, who sure does seem fond of Pete, Procter Gamble, and blah blah blah. Good thing for Solarian that Michael Peavy is on their board since he's former president of California Public Utilities Commission. Wow. Okay.
Can't make this shit up.
No.
There's a lot of connection with people in the crowd and a space generator. I really hope that they have a good time beaming the sun power down to Earth.
Yeah, she's talking about Solar, the alternative energy news info, Solarian Corporation to launch solar panels into orbit. Wow, that's a pretty cool orbiting space laser. Okay, well, not exactly everything, but whenever you have certain individuals there, they're gonna bullshit their ass off. And Tim Christ said a few minutes back, everybody's lying.
Oh yeah.
Hey Tim.
On Tim Pool, she was on Tim Pool not long ago, and she discussed a lot. I did watch that episode, and that was enlightening. And we're at the same same thing, same reaction I did. What? May the farce be with you. Well, interesting stuff.
There's a few other ones that are, in the politic world that I listen to, and I'm a fairly intelligent guy. I'm not trying to blow my own horn or anything, but I consider myself to be a fairly intelligent guy, and it just makes me stop and rub the back of my head. It's like, am I missing something? Have I lived under a rock for the last 38, 37 years, So.
Yeah, I didn't think she was serious either, but it's...
You can't say shit like that and not have it twist.
There used to be a really good conspiracy channel on YouTube called Edge of Wonder. and they took Edge of Wonder off. And they're going to say it was misinformation, but Edge of Wonder had some really fun dissertations where they went over everything.
Right.
And we covered about 100 different videos. So eventually they got around to the fires in California. And the reason why the fires in California happened is because in Paradise, California, there were members of an intergalactic race that were conservative minded and can't have that burn the entire city.
Mhm.
So I mean, it was if it's not a true story, at least it's fun to recollect. You know, if it's not, but it was it real? We don't know. There's a lot of dead people in Paradise where the fires were at, and if you look at how the fires were in town, it looks like one side of the street gets burned, the other side stays, and that was kind of a repeated thing as you would kind of eschew and assuage the damage. You know, you're like, wow, that's like a lot of ruined buildings, but there's a lot of places that did not get affected, and it was just kind of weird. And I think that's where Marjorie Taylor Greene was speaking from, because she saw the same thing probably that I did, because it was a free service. You just knock on YouTube, and YouTube gives you this video, and you can just watch it, and you can use it for entertainment, or like, oh my god, this is really happening. But that was one of the things that I know they knocked Edge of Wonder off YouTube for. Now they have their own private website, private fee for like $10 or $15 a year or $15 a month, whatever it is. And these guys make really nice, slick videos.
I might have to check them out just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
I mean, I know both sides of the line is lying to me. It's just whoever says the dumbest thing normally gets my attention.
What's on CNN? Well, we made the Republicans look good today. How'd you do that? Well, we had Joe Biden speak in public. God damn it!
That's not that far from the truth.
Well, the bad thing is that we've got this stuff going on to the north of us in Fat Steven Seagal land, and he's the one that's been covering a lot of live streams from Ottawa and other parts of Toronto and such, and he's had so much video footage broadcast over his channel. I don't know as an individual where you would be able to think that there'd be anything more than people gathering together to just say something. And then yesterday I watched YouTube and kind of got heartbroken after watching all of that, because a group of people came in that were supposedly the authorities, but they weren't really acting like the authorities, more like a privately funded interest group with horses, and they were running over people with horses and hospitalizing older ladies. And it just kind of broke my heart watching that, which is why Steven, I think, went and played video games at night, because after he covered this for the past 3.5, 4 weeks, he's like, I need a repair. I need to go and do something that's not going to make me hate where I live.
Yeah, well, I mean, if your country's on fire and that's all you do is cover it for 4 weeks, at some point you're going to burn out. I mean,
Yeah.
sounds a little punny the way I said that, but I mean, it's kind of true.
Yeah.
I always hear
Canadians.
I always hear people saying, like, oh, well, let's hope it doesn't happen here next.
You know what fixes it? You don't want to see it. That fixes it. Having lots of these.
Careful, Bruce. You're going to get taken down.
I know.
There's a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but there's a story I heard about former President Johnson. That a reporter asked him, "Why are we still in Vietnam?" His response was to unzip his pants, pull out his Johnson, and slam it on the table and say, "This is why we're still in Vietnam." And I'm like, okay.
I don't
would-
think he would do that, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I would not put it past old President Johnson. You're talking about Lyndon Baines Johnson, right?
Yeah, the Latin porn star LBJ.
Oh,
Latin porn star?
It's a joke. His name sounds like a Latin porn star, LBJ. It's a bad joke, but I always thought it was funny.
It's a bit weak.
Yeah, well, not everything's gonna be gold.
Yeah.
I've got a video that I don't know if you guys know much about LBJ.
I mean, I just know I've heard over the years.
I'm going to request for those of you that are of the fairer sex or of the softer mind that you probably don't want to hang out for the next 2.5 minutes. And I do urge that you stay, but I don't want to see you go. But I think that we need to have a small history lesson as to the character of Lyndon Baines Johnson, hero of San Marcos, Texas. Jamie, pull the video. Jamie.
LBJ orders pants.
Oh, here we go.
Your father the one that makes clothes? Y'all made me some real lightweight slacks. He just made up on his own, sent it to me 3 or 4 months ago. It's kind of a light brown and a light green, rather soft green and soft brown. I need about 6 pairs for summer wear. I need about 6 pairs to wear around in the evening when I come in from work. And I can send you a pair. I want them 1/2 inch larger in the waist than they were before, except I want to put 3 inches of stuff left back in there so I can take them up. I vary 10 to 15 pounds a month. So leave me at least 2.5, 3 inches of back where I can let them out or take them up, and make these 1/2 inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least 1 inch longer.
I have to pause it because I think you have to do that for fair usage. But you guys, this is for those of you who've never had a long-term relationship with a man before, or for those of you that are not a man, you men do vary in size from season to season. Typically in summer we thin out because a lot of us do physical labor and we get more slender. And then in the wintertime, we pack on the pounds because of all the fucking good food we eat from Thanksgiving Day till Valentine's Day. All right, roll tape, Jamie.
Now, another thing with crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight. So when you make them up, give me a heat that I can let out there because they cut me. They're like riding a wire fence. These are the best that I've had anywhere in the United States. But when I gain a little weight, they cut me under there. So believe me, you never do have much margin there. But see if you can leave me about a good inch from where the zipper ends under my back to my bunghole. So I can lay it out there if I need to. Now, be sure you got the best zippers in them. These are good that I have. And if you get those coming, I would sure be grateful. White House, I just sure will appreciate this. I need it more than anything. And now, you give this boy the address because I'm running for a funeral, and give him the address just how to dress these trousers. So we'll send them to you. Don't you get the measurements out of them and add a 1/2 inch to the back. Give us 1 inch to the pockets.
Wow.
About an inch underneath so we can let them out. Yeah, that's right. Okay, here it is.
That is our former president, the late LBJ.
Great LBJ.
Yeah. That guy, it's interesting to listen to him. There's plenty of old recordings of this guy out there. There's a lot of controversial stuff in the 2021, 2016 mindset that you guys probably half the nation should not listen to because it'll ruin your opinion of LBJ. sterling Democrat that he is. But for back then, that was primarily how he was. At Tim Christ, you probably need to have a half-inch around the waist given out and probably have a half-inch loosened back and probably a few inches down at the crotch and let your balls hang a little bit more loose. Just some presidential advice there.
You need to do one of those, do another, hey, like X amount of years later, hey, Bruce videos to talk about pants. I think it'd be a top seller there.
Yeah, Family Dollar's a class act. Had 2 inspections in Decatur, Illinois. I did for the Family Dollars that we had, and both of them got shut down when I worked for Terminex because of the inspections I did. They were putting inventory, shopping carts, and shelves right in front of the exit doors in back. Not supposed to block the exit doors at all, ever.
Yeah, that's a fire hazard.
Yeah. So these kids I know, they were brother and sister I worked with at Rack's Restaurants. Another Midwest lore. For those of you that weren't alive in the 80s and 90s, maybe 70s, Rack's Restaurants was a roast beef house that was popular in the Midwest. That was my first job after being a farmhand and having my own gig running a lawnmower, which is how I paid for my first computer, the Commodore 64. And
Yay!
Yes,
I love those.
Load, quote, asterisk, quote, comma 8, comma 1, yes. And I bought one of those when I was 12 years old, lawn mowed for a summer and a half, had the $400 ready, and then after that, my mom and dad never, I won't say that. My mom and dad, after that, they occasionally were tapped, hey, can you give me this game? I'll pay you back. And that was the start to my capitalism, being a lawn mowing entrepreneur. Living in a town with only 300 people, there was only maybe about 12 of us that mowed lawns for a living. But Family Dollar was the place where we did not go for anything because they had problems, they had issues, and then my friends that worked at Rex Restaurants eventually started managing it, and they managed it in the ground. So those stores are no longer open. Yet another Decatur, Illinois facility that is now shuttered on Scenic, Edwards, and Garfield.
Did you ever make it down when you were living in was it Deer Creek or good?
Haven't made it back to Deer Creek since I left, man.
All right. Well, when you were in that area, did you ever make it to Busy Corner?
Yeah, lots.
I love that restaurant.
My apartment used to be the Busy Corner.
Oh no!
I'm serious. My apartment used to be the Busy Corner. That cabinet was right there before you walked in the den.
Yeah,
that was where the cash register was. You had a seating area all around. You had 2 offices, and then you had the restroom, which they later replumbed. But that used to be the Busy Corner back in the 90s.
I dated one of the owner's daughters, so I was there a lot.
We had a restaurant here in town that probably going to have people screaming at me, but guys, I didn't own the restaurant or anything like that. In fact, I think it shut down probably when I was still a kid. But do you guys remember the old Sambo's restaurants way back in the day?
How did I know you're going to mention that? Yep.
Yeah, we had one in this town. We had like one of the last ones that shut down. And I still have adults like my old college professors and stuff like that who remember that restaurant fondly. And I mean, not, obviously not because of any connotations about race, but because it actually served really good food.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand where the racial component comes in because I've seen the commercial numerous times. The commercial of Little Sambo that turns the tigers into syrup.
You're
not familiar with this?
No, actually, I haven't seen those.
Oh my god.
I should probably go back and watch those, huh?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember. They might not have had any in the area I grew up in.
It may have just been a southern chain.
Yeah, it's a southern chain of restaurants, kind of like what Perkins is to the north.
Gotcha. No.
Or like Whataburger.
Gotcha.
Let me find the commercial here where little Sambo boy.
And Bruce, you're in Texas, so yeah. I mean, what do you think about Whataburger now?
I eat there probably once a week minimum.
Yeah.
I'm a Five
stuff.
Guys fan.
Well, we don't have a Five Guys down here.
Oh, they're amazing.
I've heard that.
What? Wait, you're in Abilene, aren't you?
I'm in that area, yeah.
Okay, so if you go to your nearest is going to be either Lubbock or Austin, or maybe DFW, but they've got them over there. Five Guys, we've got 4 of them in town. San Antonio is turning into like a popular food place. Everybody wants to come here.
That's never a bad thing.
Now,
Austin has the food truck thing.
Yeah, they've
I
got-
love a good food truck. Oh, I can make some time for a good food truck.
Yeah, Austin has the food truck culture real big.
Now, Austin one says this about Whataburger. I don't think the mustard's the worst part. I think their worst part of Whataburger is the bacon. Their bacon they choose is the worst. It's thin and it's just blah. If they would
That's not
if they switch over to right bacon, it'd be great. But it feels like they've got Bar J bacon or like some real low tier of bacon.
The
Yeah.
thinnest cut.
Yeah.
I usually like their Hatch green chili burger or their jalapeno burger.
Oh my god, it's so good. Sambo's is not a pizza place to my knowledge. Sambo's is kind of like a Denny's or Perkins or
Mhm.
Grady's or something like that. Now I found a video and it looks like little black Sambo. This is kind of like a quote unquote a tar baby. But back when this commercial was made, this was pretty much something that would be considered pop media. So you can't really weigh it in 2021.
Hey, Shadzar. Shadzar's in the chat. How are you, man?
There's a lot of things back in the 80s that you cannot air. Oh my God, in the current culture we live in.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
This is like almost some Max Fleischer type animation. UBI Works.
This is not the commercial that I thought it was. When I saw the cartoon Sambo, I'm like, oh, they got Sambo. But this is where Sambo's that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I can't see why anybody would consider this problematic.
I mean, it isn't problematic to me. This is the old style of cartoon they used to have. I mean, if you're playing Cupman today,
Yeah,
that's
Cuphead.
Cuphead. There we go. That's like the same stuff.
Mhm.
And people are getting upset about a style of animation or a perception. I'm not going to run that 8-minute cartoon, but I'll put the link in the chat. Absolutely. But there's an old commercial. There's an old commercial where Sambo turns 2 tigers into maple syrup.
Huh.
Let me go to my Discord real quick. I'm not going to dox myself. I promise, kids.
That's next week.
Shadzar, where'd you post it at, bud? Nope, that's not it.
Hey guys, I need to bow out for a little bit. If you're still on, I'll be back. If not, I'll catch up with you later on this week, Bruce.
Okay.
Historian and
Yeah.
Captain, it was a pleasure talking to both of you guys. Historian, me and you are going to have to sit down and have a conversation sometime. I think we could, have some really cool communications.
Definitely.
And I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. Take care of yourself, Connell. Thank you, sir.
Well, if I don't take care of me, no one else will.
True.
And mainly, Captain Trek, you asked about the old Star Trek. I was thinking you need to do reviews. I think you'd do that, and I think you'd do really well with that because you would have a built-in audience of people that they would want to watch that. They would want to enjoy somebody else's take on the original series.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that.
Chadzar, you can't really highlight it from StreamYard chat and right-click the way you can off YouTube, so that's why I did that. All right, share screen. Yeah, this is the old Sambos commercial that I remember as a kid.
Where?
If you're 12 or under, you can join Sambo's Tiger Club. You get a free tiger mask when you sign up. A birthday certificate will be mailed to you for a free brownie, $1 worth of food, and your choice of one gift. Hand puppets.
$1 worth of food.
Wow.
1976.
Yeah.
You have to look at things with the historical context. I can't look at things with the 2021 context. I just can't. Yeah, that's why I guess maybe I'll never be quote unquote popular for YouTube or the algorithm. But there's an older cartoon where Sambo's shown. It's like 30 seconds where Sambo is being chased by tigers, and he uses his ability to run around the tigers real fast and confuse them and turn them into maple syrup, and then he pours them over his pancakes. And it's a like a 1956 or 1950s cartoon, or maybe in the same style of Cuphead, but it's in that same animation style. And I kind of value that. I think that's kind of necessary, because if we start getting rid of stuff because of sensibilities, we're going to lose all aspect of our history.
Yeah. If you just forget about it, all of it, it's forgotten about, and then it happens again, which is kind of where we're heading now. Or we're completely misrepresenting and misusing it, which is why we have people freely tossing around the word that used to mean the National Socialist Party of Germany back in the 40s.
Yeah. And if you want to say something on my channel, I know I'm not making any money from YouTube. I just did their survey. And if I have a channel tomorrow, I'll be surprised. But if you want to say something, if you want to drop the F-bomb, or if you want to talk about the National Socialists of Republic of Germany, you may use that proper word. I'm not going to get upset. Chadzar says $1.76 gets you a beer and a pack of Lucky Strikes. And then calls me Boomer Keeney Bruce. Thank you. But not Captain Trek. I know you said about a month ago that your channel is not growing at all, and I thought, well, if nothing else, I mean, do Star Trek the original series reviews, because that is I know everybody else does it, but at some point, I mean, you do one mainstream thing, and you are going to get a bigger audience exposure, especially if you keep it between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I need to get after making my smaller videos. I haven't been doing it. I keep telling myself, yes, I'm going to do it. And I haven't set aside any time to do it, and I'm getting on other people's shows and stuff, and I feel bad, but at the same time, I know I will do it. Summer is generally the time when I have more time to work. But during the school year, I'm kind of busy for some reason.
It's kind of weird how that being a teacher thing is.
Yeah.
And And then whenever I first found out you were an actual teacher, I thought, no way. Nah. This guy's got common sense. What's he doing? No, you're not a teacher in the San Antonio area. That's the main thing. Or excuse me, you're not within the Austin metro sprawl.
Well, the kids I work with are not your typical classroom to begin with. Let's just say that I have endured many blows to the head. I got kicked in the crotch last year, and some other things. And so,
how long
Anybody
does it
wants-
take to record a quick video for RPG news? Shadzar's telling you to get on the news, T-shirt historian.
oh, get on the news, T. How long does it take to just record a quickie for some recent RPG news? Yeah, I should do that. Yeah, it's a good idea, Shadzar. I do want to get. I actually do, what I want to do is kind of have like. Maybe I'm using a bad example here, but you remember the old? Well, no, you don't remember him because nobody was alive during that time. Who's in this chat? But way back in the day, they had the fireside chats, and that's kind of what I would like to do, is just to sit down and just talk about specific subjects for like maybe 10 minutes or so, just kind of on my own. Maybe interact with the chat a little bit, but just kind of get my thoughts on the stuff and then just run along on it. I mean, Grim does it all the time. I need to be doing it. I am just shit at creating scripted videos. I'm not good at it. I tried to sit down and write scripts and then record them and then set them to video and put in music and all that stuff. And it takes so much longer than just sitting down on video and just kind of, vomiting my thoughts out on stream and then, turning the camera off or the stream. So
I don't think you have to really script a review or just a quick 5-minute blurb. I just need to get this idea out there and contribute to it and get the algorithm set up a little differently for me. But I think you'd probably start a live stream and just do like a quick 5-minute, hey, listen, this is me. I'm live. If you want to put something in chat, go ahead. I don't plan on being here for more than 5 or 10 minutes. And like Shadzar just says, who scripts anything? Have you seen my videos? And
I thought Shadzar scripts his though.
No.
I mean,
no.
Type up shit off the top of my head and send it to TT. Oh, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, LDG. Yeah, Tim. I watch LDG in the mornings when I can. He is something else, man. He's a good guy. I love watching his videos in the morning. I wish I had more time to do it and contribute and hang out with him. Unfortunately, I'm usually getting ready to go to work, and so I hang on for as long as I can, and then I have to jet. He's good stuff.
I could see Captain Trek doing the same thing. I mean, just starting a video, pressing live, and going to town with it, and then having his chat try to derail him. But he, after about a few minutes, he'd be like, "Okay, I want to get this review done." 30 minutes
Well, see,
30 minutes later.
in some ways, I wish I was more like LDG, because I can do the morning brew every morning, and I've always been one for brevity, where more people on YouTube are windbags, and I need to figure out how to do that in a better way without, I don't know, without being so brief, but without overly doing the airbag thing, windbag. Happy medium would be nice.
Well, you can. One of the problems with it is if you hit a topic that is just really, really complex and has a lot of depth to it, then you do kind of end up running long because it's hard to just kind of sum up quick thoughts about anything really. I mean, if it's something you're really passionate about, I mean, even something as simple as why Kirk was the best captain in Star Trek. I mean, think about how long that's going to take.
2 minutes.
Really? Let's hear it.
Of course, you're going to get me on here when I'm tired and ready to go to bed. No, I've been up since about 3 this morning. So, yeah. No, honestly, first of all, he was the first captain. He's the first captain we actually got to see. He was very... God damn it. See, this is why I don't like doing this kind of thing.
See?
I didn't realize that. I don't mean to be making you uncomfortable, but...
No. You're not. You're not. I can always say no.
True.
This is why editing would be an absolute necessity, because then I could just say whatever the hell I want and then edit everything out that I don't want in there.
Yeah, and see, that's kind of where I run into struggles too, because it's kind of like, oh, I didn't really mean to say that, or that came out the wrong way, or something, and then before you know it, 3 or 4 hours have gone by. You've whipped out the audacity, and you're working on your shit, and you're just kind of like, finally. I don't know. I kind of compare writing scripted videos and getting them out to having constipation almost, because you're struggling with it the whole time and it's not fun.
See, what I'd like to do is I'd like to find a form that would be, okay, here's how to make a scripted video. And then not necessarily, fill in the blank type of thing, but, a general idea. I know, like, a general opening. Okay, blah 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 blah. This is the summary of the video. Okay, and then of course the closing. The problem is the meat part. It's like I don't know. I tend to overthink things, as several people have told me.
Well, don't we all?
One of the times, go ahead.
It's funny because it's like you could think something, but as soon as you put a voice to it and you hear how it sounds, it's like suddenly, you almost like plant the reverse argument or a seed of doubt in your own mind, and you start twisting it around in different ways, and what comes out is not necessarily what you came up with originally. I mean, that's why it's hard to do stuff like this. I mean, I'll give you an example. Something I've been fighting with myself on lately on trying to think of why it is this way is, okay, there are 2 very strong camps in D&D, for example. You could say all role-playing games, but I'm going to use D&D because it's the current hot topic of too many races. And that is that there's too many races. I mean, I have friends who are just like, no, I don't want to see, tieflings and dragons and all that other shit walking around in town. I just want to see your basic elf, dwarf, halfling, human, and that's it. That's the fantasy role-playing genre. And a lot of people say, well, less is more, etc., etc. But, then I, went back to checking out the Blackmore stuff, and I'm like, hey, they had, like, vampires and all this other stuff way back then. I mean, even back then, people wanted to play something besides just regular, average, everyday humans. And as my friend constantly tells me, I play a human every day of my life. Why do I want to do this in my fantasy also? And I say, that's a fair point. I mean, you're playing a different human if you play a fantasy role-playing, but I get it. But Pathfinder First Edition, they introduced tons and tons and tons of races, and then they introduced different ways to make them. And of course, 3.0, 3.5 had Savage Species, which showed you, hey, look, here's how to play all the monsters. And of course, Gary Gygax wrote about that in First Edition as well. So the temptation to want to play something besides just what's normally generally available in the book has always been there. So, how do you handle it? I mean, what do you do? I mean, you just... I'm coming from kind of a RuneQuest background on this. The first time I played RuneQuest, I got to look at their race list, and I was just floored. So I started looking through it because we were going to play, and I noticed that, wow, man, there's some insane racial discrepancy here, okay? Because, I mean, if you play a great troll, you're far and above bigger, more powerful, and able to do more than, like, say, a human or a little elf or something. But, my friend said, well, we've been playing RuneQuest for, 20, 30 years, and the disparity doesn't really make that big of a difference. Everybody just kind of works together. It's like, okay, the bigger, stronger members of the party help out the weaker ones. And since there's no levels, everybody can pretty much die equally as anybody else. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, that's just kind of genius, because it's like, what does it matter? If somebody wants to play a Balrog in the party, let them. I mean, fuck it. I mean, yeah, of course he's running around. He's way more powerful than everybody else. The problem then becomes, well, you got a character in the party who's so powerful that the rest of the party feels like they're overshadowed. So, like, does that become a player thing or does it become a DM thing? I mean, you kind of see where I'm fighting with myself on this. Is like, is less more, is more better?
I guess part of that would depend on what you were trying to talk about as far as that goes. So I could see advantages to having smaller. At the same time, there would also have to be advantages to having more. It depends on what your angle is.
What do you think, Bruce? You're coming from Pathfinder. You know what I'm talking about.
But you're really correct, as Gygax started allowing a bunch of different race options in the early days of D&D in the 70s. So this isn't something that just got invented in 2009.
True.
It wasn't something that was brand new in 2002 when Savage Species was released.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really just something that's been around since the start of the hobby. And a lot of people, it's like the new edition comes out and all the things from the previous edition get immediately forgotten until the current game can sell you your old memories back and how they fit in with the current engine, and that's how you must play, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of people don't recognize that. A lot of people don't, but they aren't the ones that are playing the game and buying the books. The ones buying the books seem to think that you've got to have the newest, shiniest Chrome edition of the game for you to be legitimate and play. I mean, listen to the people talk at a Gen Con, instead of saying, oh, wow, you play first edition still? That's awesome. You hear a bunch of people roll their eyes. Mm-hmm. Oh, my God, you're still playing first edition? Look at that player's handbook. It's held together by duct tape and good intentions. There's so much derision to other tables. It's very tribal. And these guys only validate a race if it's in the brand new version of the game. But
you're using that edition's version of it?
Yeah. Like, okay, you really want to get spit on at a convention? Talk to them about My Farag,
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that'll be the time when, like, you get ostracized out of the hobby. Heaven forbid you have something on Drive-Thru RPG where they can, we're going to cancel this fucker. And that's what happens. Because they want to get rid of people that have different think. You can't have different think. And it really makes me upset in the aspect where you have individuals that you want to go out there, have a level playing field, and you want to be able to sell your ideas. But if you're using anything that's not popular, we gotta cancel that. We gotta get rid of that. And so these guys that are out there with the new fifth ed stuff, and they're 30 books or 20 books of hardcovers plus the OGL or whatever they call the OGL for fifth edition people. You have all that, but if you're using anything in your bibliography that hints back to the 2002 releases or the 1997 releases from TSR, like if you're not coming off, this is off the top of my head, I'm not using any previous editions for my reference materials because those were wrong thing. They just look at the previous editions as if that's not valid. And even nowadays, you have people that they don't recognize a properly written book. They will slam and slander the creator of Cyberpunk because Twitter does what Twitter does. And the Cyberpunk guy that wrote one of the most influential games of the 90s, he predicted all this stuff in his RPG. He predicted woke culture. He predicted the body augmentation culture. He predicted a lot of stuff. And he wasn't really inventing anything, but he was printing out stuff that was only heard by a select audience that was reading William Gibson at the time. Mm-hmm. And he kind of made it more popular, more accessible for us die rollers and crunchy, clickety-clackety math rock people. And now, we have him getting canceled. The guy's a Black American. Mm-hmm. And they're trying to cancel him because he's talking in a way that makes him uncomfortable. He's not verifying the Twitter crowd. He's verifying the things he wrote. And he's saying, no, here's the receipts on it. And they got upset with him. But there was no reason to be upset with him.
I have noticed he has kind of faded from view pretty much as soon as the video game released. He's gone back into hiding.
I don't understand why. The video game is a important piece of new tech. It's not a great piece of new tech, but it's something that if you want to play something that offers you a different alter ego and choices and storyline, it allows you to do it.
Yeah, I would honestly, I would give a testicle to have Mike Pondsmith on my show just once, just to talk to him. That is like one of my bucket list things for YouTube, for why I got into YouTubing, is just to talk to him. Because I'm going to tell you, I think I've said this on my show more than once. I fucked up and missed my chance to talk to Mike Pondsmith because I was at Origins in 91 and I'm standing in line for some shit. I don't remember what, but Mike Pondsmith and Lisa Pondsmith are walking like towards me. Actually, they're walking, kind of parallel, and I see them and I see their badges and everything else. I know who he is. I'd been playing Mechton. I had Cyberpunk and everything, and I was excited and I wanted to reach out and say, "Hey, Mike," and and talk to him and all this other stuff. And I fucked up. I couldn't do it. I just 19-year-old kid, don't know shit. I'm in awe, and I missed my chance. I missed my fucking chance, and I've regretted that every day of my life, and it eats at me like cancer. And that's all I want to do, is get that chance back, just to say, hey man, I missed you all those years ago, but here's what I wanted to say way back then.
That would be cool.
But literally, he was standing not more than, he passed within 3 feet of me. Yeah, all I had to do was say something.
Just had to reach out.
Yeah. And I didn't. And it hurts every day of my life. Funny thing is, the other big guy I saw at that convention that I missed out on talking to was Mark Reinhagen. He was there. I saw him, and he was intimidating as shit with his bald head and his combat boots and all this other stuff and his fatigues and stuff. I mean, he looked like a badass, and I was like, I know who he is. I play vampire. I'm a little scared to talk to him, you know. But the nice thing is all these years later, you know, I was able to reach out to him on Facebook, and I've talked to him privately and stuff, and he is a really nice guy. So I'm glad I made that connection at least. But Mike Pondsmith is still kind of an elusive target. And I think R. Talsorian kind of keeps him pretty sequestered from the public. Probably by his own choice, because, you know, he had the cancel mob after him, I guess.
I really don't understand the cancel mob. I really just don't, because people have to recognize you start canceling one, and eventually you're just canceling everybody.
Mm-hmm. Because it never stops. It's never enough.
No. It's like you have 30 people lined up, and hey, DM James is in.
La 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 la.
Hey, DM James. James L.
DM James the younger, maybe. Yeah. How you going, lads?
Pretty good. How have you been, sir?
Good. I've got some serious bed hairage going on, but if you look at my paint studio, it needs tidying badly.
Yours? Mine.
Got,
It's a nice studio.
I've got lots of random bits and bobs floating around. Hello, my name is Gruel. I like to eat gruel. I think undead are cool. Yeah, that's my contribution. Have a good day, lads.
Wow, that was quick.
That was awesome.
That was cute.
For paint streams like this, I want to always make sure I leave a availability for him to be open. And if he wants to swing in for a minute or an hour, he's more than welcome to come on in here.
Cool.
Forgive my ignorance, but what does he do other than to be a DM?
He's a miniature painter I know out of Aussieville, somewhere down under, and he's just a hoot in the chat. But I was appreciative that he showed up, but he's just a gamer like us, man.
Man, that's cool.
That is awesome. I like his studio. Like, wow, that's a big studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just worried about, like, if we're trying to cancel Pondsmith, where's that going to end?
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, that's like, isn't he kind of like one of the guys you didn't want to cancel because he's like the right color, and you know,
he's everything I thought that they wanted to hold and promote.
Yeah,
but he's expressing thoughts that, you know, we shouldn't promote, and so we have to cancel him. Why? The guy's good. He wrote one of the most influential games I've ever had a chance to play.
Yeah, because of his work, I discovered George Alec Effinger. I read When Gravity Fails based on having the Cyberpunk supplement, which I still have. And that is one of the coolest pieces of science fiction I have ever read, because it deals with how a Southwest Asian, Middle Eastern culture would deal with a cyberpunk future, and it also had how they might deal with transgender issues and things like that also. And this was like written way back before any of that stuff started to become a reality like it is now.
Yeah.
It was so forward thinking at the time. I mean, the past writers were so far ahead of the game. It just astonishes me. Soylent Green, back when that was made, they were already talking about climate change and all that stuff, and nobody ever talked about it.
Planet X enters the chat. Did you ever watch the movie Planet X?
I have not.
It's the Godzilla movie where he fights Rodan, the three-headed monster that belches lightning.
Oh, I do have that then.
Okay. That movie has a sizable chunk of the climate change hysteria in it. It's in the first act when they talk about it, and a little bit in the second, but it's there. That movie was made in 1956.
So they had all the science way back then, even, and people just kept ignoring it.
The Undertaker was like, Awesome One says, The Undertaker was 6 foot taller than me, and I stood next to him as a child, and I never said a word. T-shirt.
Aw. Yeah, that would hurt me too.
No, Captain Trek. With a handle like that on YouTube, I would make the Trek videos, man. I would make the Trek videos, and there's no harm in discussing that, because it's Trek itself is from an earlier era.
True.
And a lot of people won't pay attention to things that were written in the 60s. They only want to read stuff from when they were born or after.
Right.
They can't. They have a mental impediment because somebody put it in their head that the older ways are not the good ways. And you want to bring light to those good pieces of media, regardless of when they were made, and you want them to be able to find something that was truly enjoyable. I think you would be able to do a service for a lot of people, because you probably do know the original series a lot better than most of my peers on the internet. And you could mine that for years.
Well, I mean, there was a point in time I stopped watching everything except Star Trek and a few other things for the past couple of years, because it's like there really wasn't much else new on.
I remember how excited I was when Next Generation came out.
Oh yeah,
I think I still have our beta recordings, our Betamax recordings of the Next Generation are still in my parents' house, in my dad's office, which has never been used for any money-making venture. It's just in a small room off to the side of the kitchen and living room area. That the builder of the house used it like an office. Nobody who'd lived there since then. Nobody ever used it as an office. Had a Betamax VCR growing up, so it wasn't so simple to just borrow somebody's VCR tape and go home and watch it.
No, this is true. Friends of my parents had Betamax.
Shadzar says, I can honestly say I've never seen a cyberpunk book in any store before. Awesome One. Jordan Peterson has a great video about Cain and Abel and why those who fail will constantly tear down those who succeed. Yeah, I believe that. Plan 9 from outer space. It's because of men like you, all must be destroyed. No sense of the mind God gave you. And Shadzar recommends to Captain Trek, if you're nervous, please hook up with Robot Shlomo. He is a fantastic creator and knows a lot about many things Trek. And that would actually be a very good collaboration. I could see that. If you'd do such a thing. That's completely up to you, of course, but
Actually, I was invited on a live stream with him before, and have interacted with him a few times. That's something I probably could go into discussion about with him.
Well, I'm tempted just to start reciting lines of the battle, but that happened in the Mutara Network and Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, being that I watched that battle probably once every other month.
Do you love it when a show grips you like that?
Yeah. Well, everything about that movie takes me back to 1982 when it was created, I think. Was it 82 or was it
It was
84?
82.
Yeah. And I almost smell the popcorn and the mold from the Avon Theater in downtown Decatur, Illinois, if I think about it too much. And that's just one of those powerful memories that you have where you can think or obsess about something so much in your head where you're focusing on it so much that you can almost visualize everything from a shorter perspective because you were a tiny child at the time. And then you can smell the popcorn and you can smell various things that are not really supposed to be in good building code, but you can smell them anyway. And that was something that they never quite fixed that either because Rodney Carrington made that mention in 2006. Look at this place. They still have mold on the walls. This place is a shithole. It was a shame to let such a wonderful theater get run down like that. But if I think about it too much, I start smelling that theater and what it was because that is such a important movie to me when I was growing up. Once we got a Betamax player, that's the only Betamax tape I've ever worn out and had to rebuy it.
Well, I mean, most people wouldn't argue with you if you were to say something like, "Oh, that was the best Star Trek movie ever made."
Maybe not. I don't know if that would be welcome or not because there's a lot of people I know that are in normie camp that love Star Trek 4.
Also a good film,
Mm-hmm.
but not the best.
I thought I was a Trek fan, and then I met some people on a guy's channel called the Anti-Trekker. Now he's
Uh-oh.
somebody else, the Salty Trekker or something of that
Yep.
nature.
Yep. Salty Trucker.
Well, I thought I was a Trekker, and then I started watching his videos, and uh, one of his guys, Bird of Prey 5.
Yep.
I've heard of this guy.
Bird of Prey, just between him and Mexican Iron Man, they are what really helped out the Anti-Trekker quite a bit. And the Anti-Trekker has those two guys helping him out and making good content. And he had some deep dives, some really good deep dives on Star Trek. And I hadn't really thought about it. And then there was another character that was a former submariner in the United States Navy that he did some videos for the Anti-Trekker. Darren, and I can't remember his last name, but
Wagner.
Darren did. Say again?
Wagner.
Yeah, Darren Wagner. And he does some amazing good deep dives from a submariner's perspective, which is where you'd probably be at if you were floating around in space.
True.
But I don't watch Anti-Trekker, the salty guy, so much anymore because I just have 24 hours in my day. And I really enjoyed that, and it gave me a bigger value for the entire millennium. But I had never seen Star Trek 6 until last year. I don't know why I'd never seen it before. I couldn't tell you. My dad loved Star Trek when I was growing up. That was our Sunday night event. Was 10:30. We're watching Star Trek together from the point when I was freshly out of diapers till probably age of 12. There was a local station out of Champaign, Urbana, Channel 3, that used to run Star Trek right after the news would end. And so we watched that. That was my upbringing. I really value that show. It got me closer to my father and I got a chance to be exposed to some great things. My dad took me to my first Trek Con when I was a 13-year-old kid. That was where I bought the Star Wars D6 RPG, which is still my favorite RPG of all time.
Good one.
It's not bad. It's got some really fiddly bits with it. With the second edition, I didn't appreciate too much, but I thought it was a Trekker. But once I met Salty and his group, I realized I had more growth to do. And then last year, I watched all of the TNG, and I rewatched all of the original series within like 5.5 weeks.
The original series is surprisingly good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's a lot of world building in season 1 that they were able to accomplish. That really surprised me quite a bit. I think the part about season 1 of the original series I love so much is, boy, this is going to show you how much I love myself. I'm a big fan of Grace Lee Whitney. Yeoman Rand, for those of you that don't recognize that. She was like, when I was growing up, like that was, I don't know who anybody else's like first crush or love was, but like that woman still, you know, just watching her act from that 1960s show was great. And there's old Westerns I've watched just because she was in it on her IMDb. So, I mean, you know, I appreciate her. And then I read some more things on her, and she had bad experiences because of Trek and other things that happened. She was brought in initially to be Kirk's love interest, but that wasn't really working because they could have a rotating cast of women coming in and out to attract young boys to watch the show if Kirk was having a new fling every week.
Mm. Plus, that was a little bit of a self-insertion for Roddenberry, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And after the first season, he kind of burned a bridge with her, I think. He got rid of her. She was in like maybe one episode of second season, if any. Because when it's in syndication, you don't really, you lose track of what season it is. You have to look at the crew of the bridge and see, okay, where are we at?
Yeah.
Check off here. Okay, this is not first or second season. But she was really just a great cast member. And then there was other episodes. Hell, the first 10 episodes set up Starfleet and everything to where you have the foundation of what a great space saga is, or what a great military saga is.
You know, coincidentally, that's some of that stuff is why the Star Trek role-playing game did not really work so well for a lot of people. Because people tried to kind of play it like D&D, and it was kind of like, you know, disruptors and phasers, you know, kill people dead.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like, okay, we're going to take, you know, Spock and Kirk and McCoy all down to the planet, and we just got shot by Klingons. Okay, it's game over. Doesn't make for a very good game. Which,
Not
incidentally, is one of the... I hate to drag this in here, but that is one of the things that they're complaining about right now with Cubicle 9 wanting to do that Doctor Who with 5th edition, because it's kind of like, you know, Daleks kill in one hit, right?
Yeah, that's something that I don't think they understood that when they were writing that out.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I understand the you know, you like your system and you kind of want it to do everything, but it doesn't really do everything. Well, lots of modification anyway. But what do I know? You know, I don't want to play a barista in my fantasy game, so I'm the wrong audience.
if they keep putting out books like that, I don't see an audience for D&D. I really don't. I just don't see how that is going to survive. How it's going to remain viable on bookshelves when they have to just throw all the shit in the bin in the center of the store, now on clearance. We're going to empty out these old Walden books in half-price bookstores, and we're just going to ship all these into some large bin at Walmart after all these crappy DVDs of Charles Bronson crime thrillers from the 70s sell, and we're going to put this D&D 5th edition thing in there and drop it down to about $1.50. Hopefully it sells.
Hey, I love Charles Bronson, so I'd buy all those movies.
I use Charles Bronson movies because my mom raised me on a lot of healthy diets of 1950s musicals and things like Seven Brides for Seven Brothers and stuff like that. You know, she didn't want me to watch the crime noir from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So
Can't
she
imagine
wanted
why.
me. Yeah, she wanted me to not involve myself with that. There's better stuff out there to watch. Garbage in, garbage out, she said. And I didn't get it. I really like Charles Bronson. And she just kind of rolled her eyes and said I had my grandfather in me quite a bit. You know, she anything she couldn't control, she would always blame on my grandfather on my dad's side. He's been talking to you again, hasn't he? Baron G. Rock just said there's another guy that looks just like Charles Bronson. I think he's a Korean actor, but he looks almost exactly like Charles Bronson. We've all seen the memes, I think, but Baron G. Rock probably get the link for us in chat. Baron G. Rock, if you're wanting in, you've got a link somewhere. There's a link for you somewhere, my friend. General on the Discord, if you so choose. But I like Charlie Bronson. I think my favorite film of his is Death Wish 3.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's fun.
It's a fun movie.
It's just, I mean, that was just like a no holds barred. Let's just fucking do this. But what's awesome is the fact that as old as he was still doing all his own stunts in that.
Wasn't he 60 years old in that movie?
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. But that's really him climbing the ladder and running around and doing all that stuff.
Yeah, there's as much activity for him in that movie as there is for the Warriors in the 1979 classic.
Mm-hmm.
He really does sell you on the fact that he's doing it because it's not somebody else. He was a very fit man for his age back in that time, and that's probably the movie that almost got rid of Marita Sirtis out of Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah, if you ever want to see what she looked like naked, go watch that film. She didn't have a line in it.
No. Well, she did, but it was no.
Yeah. In a Spanish accent.
Yes. There's a Red Letter Media where she's talked about in that film, and Mike Stoklasa is discussing how she's at a Trek convention, and she says, "I'm so thankful for Star Trek, for Gene Roddenberry giving me this role, because before this, I was cast in horrible movies that nobody would watch, and they would force me to," and she starts breaking down on stage while she's talking about this. "They would force me to do these horrible scenes naked on camera." And I could just imagine at a Trek convention, like there's a 12-year-old boy going, "For science, where's this? What movie is this?" And she's there like in an emotional, heartbreaking moment, you know.
Yeah, you definitely get a look at Marina Sirtis's
Yes.
in Death Wish 3.
Yeah. Yeah. Baron says, "I'm not going to jump in. I'm working on stuff." Okay.
Baron G Rock says now there's another guy that looks us up. Yeah, Robert Bronzy or Kovacs. Yeah, I have a bunch of his movies. They're fun.
Are they like almost exactly like Bronson films?
Well, they have lots of action and stuff like that in them. He's Hungarian, so he's usually dubbed. I think I've only seen one of these movies where he's actually speaking his own lines, and you can tell that English is definitely not his first language. But they're fun. I mean, if you like the old Bronson films, you could do worse. Because this guy's like a stunt man and a horse wrangler and all this other stuff. And so he does like Westerns and, prison movies and all this other stuff, kind of like in the old Bronson vein.
There's a movie with Paul Walker from 2006, and it has Vera Farmiga and Cameron Bright in it, called Running Scared.
Got that one, yeah.
And it's I think that was my favorite movie of 2006. If you like the Bronson films, that movie is just a classic. It is a wonderful piece of media that you should own, and you can watch that film very happily with your family and friends once your family's over the age of 18, because there's some no-no stuff in it. Serious no-no stuff in it. No, we don't want your kids acting this stuff out. This is bad. So once your kids are old enough to watch a rated R film, go ahead and let them watch this, because that scene, and I can't remember the name, Des and Adele. There we go. The scene with Des and Adele, like you're watching this married couple ruin children, and it's just not for people with sensitivities at all. It's a good crime noir movie. It's probably my favorite Paul Walker film of all time. Now that I think about it, that's definitely my favorite Paul Walker film. I thought I was a fan of Fast and Furious, and then Part 6 came out, and I hated it.
I'll be honest, I was not a big fan of the Fast and Furious films until they got more silly. Because the first one, I did not like the way it ended.
It wasn't my favorite. In fact,
Yeah.
I thought the movie Triple X had more artistic value than the Fast and Furious Part 1.
Ditto.
And I'm not saying that that's an endorsement. That's not a ringing endorsement for Triple X.
No, it's not.
There's some things about Triple X I really like, but there's the majority of it which I do not.
There's a Rammstein cameo in it.
Yes, that's definitely one of the high points of the movie for me. And I saw Triple X Part 3, I guess.
Oh God, is there a third one now?
It came out back in 2015.
Oh man, how did I manage to miss that one?
I know, right? How did I manage to see it? That's the part about it I get upset about. I watched what?
Well, probably not in the theaters. I bet it went direct to video.
No, it was in theaters.
It was?
I spent $20 on it going to a draft house, and I will say the beer went down really nice at the draft house. That's all that's the positives.
The movie didn't, though.
No, the movie actually had a female version of Jar Jar Binks.
Wow, that's bad.
I saw the previews. I'm like, oh, there's a new Triple X movie coming out, and I blindly went to see it. I don't want to see any reviews on it. Don't want to. I think about the same time we were like 7 months away, or not away, but we were past the point where the Kingsman had just came out. So I was possibly under the false assumption it would be good, like the Kingsman.
That was something else. That church fight was amazing.
Yeah. Are you?
Second movie was definitely lacking, though.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of schlock cinema.
Same.
I have Red Letter Media to thank for that.
I just have growing up as a latchkey kid to thank for that.
Yeah. Stunning and Brave Megatron, of course, being equal opportunity, says, well, to be fair, most women act like Jar Jar Binks all the time.
Do they?
I think that's pretty unfair to the women there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Maybe in movies.
Apollonie's minion. Hello. How are you, miss? One of these days I could see it where she decides I'm going to videotape, I'm going to broadcast POV driving down the road, and she's going to have another camera on the truck dog, and it's the little truck dog chair or pillow. For those of you that feel like getting out, you can watch her cams, and she'll show you what the life of a long haul trucker is.
That's some scary stuff, man. I've seen videos where they talk about the truckers who have to carry those big old coils of cable on the back of their trucks, and they're only like secured on there with like chains or straps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if the trucker has to stop suddenly, 9 times out of 10, those things are going to rip loose and go straight through the cab.
Yeah.
That's horrifying to think about.
When I got my CDL initially, it was through Prime. Prime Trucking out of Springfield, Missouri, which is why I live there. And my first gig was being a flatbedder until my flatbedder trainer went on vacation. He had a family incident. One of his family members died. And so he took a month and a half or 2 months off. He had money in the bank. He leased the truck, so he got paid a higher wage than everybody else, except for other leasing agents. And so he had money available to just sit at home and try to put the pieces back together to where his family could roll again. I was dropped off at the corporate office, and I found another trucker that needed help keep the truck moving. But my first gig was driving for a flatbedding agent and learning the entire flatbedding aspects, which it's not really hard. It's all about securement and recognizing that if an accident happens, just hold on to your butt and learn how to kiss your ass goodbye in Spanish. Kiss your posterior, buenas vistas. And never had that happen with the flatbed, which I was very thankful for. Eventually, I did see what 80 dead deer on 94 looks like, thanks to the truck I was driving. But that was definitely a different sort of life, because if those large coils do break loose, like you say, they don't stop. They're still going at 65, 75 mile per hour, whatever your speed is.
Yep.
And that's why if you're a regular car driver, please do not tailgate a semi. If you're a regular car driver, do not cut in front of a semi. If you're a regular car driver, respect bigger vehicles than yours and allow them space. Now, nobody in Chicago or any big metro area will ever listen to that advice, so I just wasted my breath. But hopefully you people listening to us, all 13 or 12 of you or 7 of you, whatever we have, I hope you take that to heart, because I don't want you to get injured. I don't want you to have a bad thing befall you. I want you to be able to get from point A to point B safely and share the road responsibly.
Well, you live in Texas, like I do, so I think you heard about it last year when we had the Snowmageddon, the Snowpocalypse.
The Snowvid-19 or Snowvid-20?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You heard about Ranger Hill, right?
Okay, this is story time for you, so go ahead.
Uh-oh. So, here in Texas, we have Ranger, Texas, and we have a pretty good-sized but kind of steep man-made hill, Ranger Hill, right? And we had the Snowmageddon happen, and it iced out, of course, that hill, which is, like I said, pretty steep. It's got a pretty steep grade. We had, what was it, like a 30, 50 car pile up on that thing?
What? 30 car pileup on a hill in the Wichita Falls, Abilene area. That's scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty horrifying. And of course, it stopped all that traffic going through Ranger Hill. It was not a good thing. We also had the I want to say, what was it, Austin? Or near out the outskirts of Austin, where we had all that traffic go into pileups.
Yeah, I want to say it was right around there.
Yeah, that was a bad one too. Like, you got that much steel moving at that high a rate of speed, people are gonna die. I think I overdid this. Oh no, Bruce, you think I overdid the highlights on this?
Let me get a good look at it. No, I think you did pretty well.
I like
Okay.
that.
I think you did really good. Hey there, Kai. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Chimera.
Yes, Tim, that is the pain of being a miniature job. I think you did really good with that, and Kai agrees with me.
Thank you. All right. I was afraid I was messing it up because it was kind of like starting to get a little bit messy looking, and I was like, uh-oh, I think I overdid this. Like, ain't no worse critic than the guy doing the work.
Correct.
Let's see what I gotta get done now. I gotta get the hooves, chainmail. Gotta get the skull. So let's do that skull. A little bit of ivory.
No, I think we have a boop. It is Kai.
Hi.
Hello, sir. How are you today?
I just crawled in from errands, so yeah, I'm doing good.
You're not frozen.
No, it was actually a nice day out there.
Really? What's the temperature where you're at? 30?
Above zero. It's therefore it's warm.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, eventually I'll have to be giving you guys an update on the weather. It's 70 degrees, 69 degrees where I live in the medical district of San Antonio.
That sounds nice.
Not too bad at all.
Oh yeah, that's why it was warm. It's like 45 out right now.
Apollonie's minion, please take care and drive safely, hun.
And
Take care
don't-
of your puppy.
And don't drive with any coils on the back of your truck if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
I will say that with coils in the back of your truck, that's a good haul. That's a lot of money. I mean, my trainer did it for, enjoying himself at the age of 42, and he was not in good shape. He had a trucker's body, and he made enough money that whenever things got south in his family, he took off, like I said, for about 8 weeks. So a little bit more than what my summary as a plumber is making. I thought I was doing good. Palmy says she has 44,000 pounds of Purina pet food.
That's a lot of food.
Yeah.
My puppy appreciates you.
Tell you what, I love having T-shirt historian on here, James L. He makes me look like a rank amateur, which I pretty much am.
In what way?
No, just the way you're highlighting everything. I like what I'm seeing whenever I watch your brush work.
Oh, thank you. It's about my fourth or fifth year really getting back into it. I had about a 15, 20 year hiatus.
When I met up with Baron, and right before I met up with Connell and Kai here, I pretty much had a relationship that was really seriously, very seriously toxic. And what I mean by that was she did not want me to enjoy myself. I could not enjoy my hobbies.
Dang.
And so I had to derive any enjoyment out of the things that her son enjoyed. And she really hated the fact that I was into the games, and I didn't play for about a year and a half. So
Why was she so vindictive?
She hated men, and I didn't realize it, but she sure as hell did.
Wow.
All my paint stuff's all put away at the moment, so I only have like one thing I'm halfway working on when I get free time. So, I mean, yeah. So I'm a paint stuff like you guys have got. So,
Well, this is why I have a 2-bedroom apartment, because I want to be able to paint when I want to paint.
oh, that's the plan. And when I get a chance to work on something, I'll have that set up. But right now, I don't. It's a goal, though.
It's a goal. And I mean, I understand you're just getting started in your new vocation of driving professionally. I have no doubt that you'll be good at what you do.
Yeah. And all my finished work is currently stored at the school, or so yeah. So I didn't show off. This sucks.
Baron G Rock, Jane, I will say that T-shirted's hands probably do look better than mine. His handiwork, his work that he does for a living, does not cause the same damage to him that my work does for me.
Now I unfortunately the camera can't show you my forearms, but I guarantee you when you're working with kids with emotional disturbances and who lash out and attack people, etc. Yeah, they will bite, claw, scratch, punch, do all those good things. So as a result, my arms these days kind of look a little bit like road maps. I've acquired a lot of really interesting scars.
Yeah, I know that one.
It's okay though. I love what I do. So.
Totally screwed that part up. Let me redo that. Kai, you just stepped in from being outdoors all day, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much.
You sound like you're fatigued, man. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. I'm not shoving you out either, though. I appreciate your opinion whenever one rises to the surface to be delivered to the mouth.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I see.
I don't mind.
I see your ideas and your rants like you're swimming in water that's filled with ideas and rants, and eventually there's a manatee that comes along and takes something out of the water. Like,
I'll take that.
Yeah, earlier T-shirted, we were talking about that guy Condor, and initially Kai went in there last night to talk to him in his own stream, and from what everybody had told me and from what I was able to ascertain, they tried having a conversation, but it didn't work out well. And that was at like 11 or 12 in the morning. No, 11 or 12 at night, excuse me. And then Connell got on. It was just, I listened to it for an hour and I couldn't handle much more. So Kai has an early morning job. The fact he's even awake right now makes me kind of like, wow, that guy's a hell of a trooper.
I'll be asleep in about 3 hours. I have an alarm, so.
You have to go to work today?
No, I was out. I was out with family all day today. So, no, today was family day.
Painting technique of injured technicians everywhere, inshallah. Oh yeah, James, we are all old sore boomers. Our job is to beat the hell out of us. Even Tim, who works in the food industry, I'm sure he could show you numerous spots in his body where he has been burned.
Oh yeah,
by the numerous apparatus within the kitchen.
Your work definitely does take a toll on you.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. When you could play the lethal weapon game of comparing injuries to somebody with just one arm, yeah, you're doing a pretty good job.
Gonna find the those of you that have rough jobs, I'm going to pimp out a link for some Bloody Knuckles hand balm. It's a $15 puck of hand balm. It does not smell. It's a good product. I've got it. I use it. I've got it on order. It's from Duke Cannon. Let me show you what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, I noticed you push them a lot, Bruce. I guess do you sell that stuff or what?
I used to be one of their ambassadors, but they've stopped an old ambassador program, and they've got a new one in the works, and I'll be part of that. But this stuff is made in Minnesota. It is at the same location that there used to be a soap company back in the Korean War era that they made soap for GIs.
Oh.
And Duke Cannon took it over. They are funny as hell. They've got a good mindset about providing for people and taking care of their customer base. They just now started selling things through HEB. So if you have a HEB or Central Market up there,
Oh, I do.
Check out their soap. Their soap is, they call it big ass bricks, and you get a 10-ounce bar of soap. I'm just looking at the Midnight Swim.
Oh, yeah.
I think 10 ounces. That's almost the size of a beer can.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and it lathers up really easily. These last me about 3.5 weeks. I'm a plumber. I'm actually a septic guy, but I'm technically a plumber, and I'm doing more and more work getting on my hands and knees, breaking pipes, and getting my hands occasionally exposed to things that need soap. So I carry one of these bars of soap in my truck, and I also carry the hand balm because it's very freaking good. And I recommend Duke Cannon to anybody that's got a job or anybody that's got kids, because you don't need a whole lot to lather up. You can put it back and you just scrub your hand. Go ahead.
It's good. That's good stuff, too.
I'll try it. Yeah, I definitely get cuts and things on my job.
I've never had a problem with the Duke Cannon product except for they do have one thing I don't like, and that is the soap in a bag, which is kind of like a soap on a rope. Let me see if I can find that one. I wouldn't recommend it, because it's a pouch you put the soap in. Eventually it turns into this soggy mess of soap, and it does not allow enough coverage to where when you're scrubbing yourself with the pouch, not with the soap inside. It's got a paracord fiber on it, so it just feels very irritating. That's the only thing of theirs they have I've never enjoyed. I've used 2 of them. They're not good. I thought, well, maybe the new ones are good. No, they still suck. But that's the only negative about Duke Cannon. Their brick soap, their hand balm, their liquid soap is even good. And I hate liquid soap. They don't have I hate to say this, but they're kind of sexist for soap companies. They don't have a brand of soap marketed to women. Now, my friend Craig, who just had a new baby, his wife is going nuts over the Smells Like Productivity big ass brick of soap, and she's a big fan of that. And it kind of ruined Greg's idea of how long it would last. I've had mine last 3.5 weeks on average, about 24 days, and then you have need new bar soap. But
that's good.
Yeah. Well, you spend between $7 and $9 for a bar of soap, but if you buy like olive oil, or what is it, oil of Olay, or the Ivory, or Old Spice.
Mhm.
Those don't last but maybe a week at best,
Yep.
and they don't lather up at all. You have to really
Yeah.
deteriorate the soap under a faucet to get it to lather. His problems start at the spine, but he likes good balm. The balm is something you want for your hands because you're breaking your knuckles and your skin all the time. He uses Elven Mist, a gender-neutral shower wash that has jojoba. Jojoba. Okay.
Jojoba.
That sounds
I've never
different.
that does sound really different. Probably is good though.
Probably. Could look it up.
I am.
That's what
How
I'm
did
doing
you
right now.
know? I am. Okay. They've got it at. Okay, so I don't need the RuneScape one. I need the one from Target.
Right.
RuneScape. Your character will appreciate that one.
All right. Target does not have a good search function.
No, they never have.
Target.
They're French. What do you expect?
I'm seeing a lot of stuff for jojoba butter.
Jojoba. Jojoba.
Okay. So where he's at in Australia, he can get it. It's kind of not available over here. Otherwise, I'd be just sharing screen. I'd be basic like that. I'm sorry, chat.
Oh, it's all right.
You went down a rabbit hole.
I did. Yeah, a company for people of balls. Yes. And I don't know if they have an extra shipping fee for Australia. I imagine it's more expensive to get to Australia, but damn, they have an amazing lineup at Duke Cannon. But Elven Mist sounds something pretty nice. When I want to feel frou-frou, I'll use that. We lost like half of our viewership while I was Googling Elven Mist. I'll never do that again. Where's the Ogre Stench body soap? Because that'll get us back up to 10 plus.
Yeah. Or just use whatever the Magic the Gathering players use. When's the last time you were in your local hobby store when they were in session?
Ooh.
Connell will talk to you, or Baron G-Rock will talk to you about when I was at Just for Fun, and we had two men that worked as landscapers that would go to the store before they'd go home and shower on a hot summer August day.
In Texas?
In Illinois.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
it was smelling up the place. It was smelling up the place pretty bad, and I took the bottle of Febreze and I just turned the quadrant of a store where they were seated into a Febreze biological chemical warfare center. They really didn't. The two individuals didn't appreciate it, but they didn't leave, which made me upset.
It's hard to offend some people. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I've actually I've heard about it, Magic tournaments where they actually do hand out deodorant sticks to some of the players.
That is a yeah. Go ahead.
I've been to conventions where they hand out soap in the gift bag for the convention.
Oh,
That was a thing at Gen Con. They even had a rule for Soap, the game. The rules were you take the soap and unbox it in the bathroom, step in the shower naked with it, and rub it vigorously over your body until tiny suds are produced. You win when your entire body is covered in lather, and then you may rinse off.
Yeah.
And inside every bar of soap, they had a D20.
Oh, that's cool.
So you would actually get your money's worth and have a long-term souvenir.
Whatever works.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to sound snooty, but gamers. One of the reasons that we had so many people turned away from gaming for such a long time was the fact that, one, everybody thought that it was the geeks were the only people who were doing it. So you had this, the stereotype of, pimple-faced nerds with huge-ass Coke bottle glasses and bad hygiene and, and then you go to the game stores and you find out, oh, guess what? It's not... The stereotype actually has some basis in fact.
Yup.
And, I think that was one of the things that kept people out of it. I mean, we didn't try to gatekeep our hobby. It just kind of naturally occurred.
Right. Damn the internet. I get rid of the stench and horror.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, now you don't have to smell anybody anymore.
And now it's popular. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But now you can just have a cartoon avatar. You don't need to look good anymore.
Also true. Kind of brings me back into that whole racial thing that I was talking about earlier. And I'm not talking about actual real world races, but fantasy races. I know that RPG Pundit released a video about it. I hadn't actually seen it yet. I need to watch it, I imagine, because he probably says something similar to what I am. But I totally get. Well, okay. It seemed like back in the day, whenever you got a racial splat book and all this kind of stuff, it kind of detailed a race to give you an idea on how to play it, so that you could do a better job at it, so you could actually role play it.
Right.
But here lately, because 5e is, retconning so much of the lore and taking things out that are problematic and stuff like that, if you look at the newer races that are introduced, starting with Strixhaven and their little owl people, they don't give you a whole lot of information about them. And Pathfinder First Edition also kind of had a little problem with that as well. They would give you books and books full of races, but they wouldn't really tell you a whole lot about their culture, where they lived, or how they acted, and all this kind of stuff. And as a result, you started seeing more people just playing them like humans with feathers, or humans with wings, or humans with, scaly skin or whatever. And that's kind of where we are now.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like having 50 races available for a game.
Yeah,
I don't want to have people have analysis paralysis at their races chapter of an RPG I'm going to run.
Analysis paralysis, where they're too busy trying to look at the pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you give a woman who she calls herself a gamer, and I'm going to totally be sexist right now. So those of you that are sensitive, just go ahead and leave. I'm ready for my 2 viewers to stay. Anyway, you have this analysis paralysis with a woman who's a female gamer, and she says she's into gaming and all this, and you give her your controller or mouse and keyboard and say, all right, here's Skyrim, go to town, show me what you got. And at character creation, she's just stuck. She's going between the Argonians, and then she goes to the cat folk, and then she goes to the Randorans, and the she's having just all these problems analyzing, and she says, and she's stuck. And a lot of people will do this, but I pick on the gamer females because you have a large contingent of people that thought, since they were on level 3040 for Candy Crush, and I'll pick on my girlfriend at this moment, she says, I'm a gamer. Well, no, she's not. She doesn't play, Door Kickers Action Squad. She doesn't get into Mother Russia Bleeds. She's not played Skyrim,
I got that game.
Fallout 4. And she hasn't played Streets of Rage in over 20 years.
Got that game too.
So I'm just saying that you have people that they look at these things, and they want linear choices, and they want just, give me a puzzle game or give me something that offers me zero critical decision-making opportunity, so I can just go down this railroad track of shuffling pieces from one side of the board to the other. And I'm a gamer. And instead, they get on Daggerfall or Skyrim, and they just freeze. I'm not picking on women, but I am going to pick on the people that they've mislabeled themselves.
I know plenty of guys who have that exact same issue. There are plenty of guys who have that exact same issue, and they're, rather than play a character that they want to. This is one thing I have a problem with, is the idea that I'm playing a character because I want to stack my buffs and my bonuses for the maximum combat value. I'm like,
min-maxing.
Do you know what's going to be coming? And they're like, no, but I want to be prepared for everything. And I'm like, you're never going to be prepared for everything. Trust me, I'm going to make sure that whatever you choose is the wrong answer. You know that, right? And they're like, no, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the right. I'm like, no. Plus, you're not as smart as you think you are. You're going to put yourself in the wrong situation at all times. You're a player. Just play a character that you want to play. Open the book. I wish I bought one. It's currently being worked on in a basement, but I bought one of those old speak and spell spinner machines. That used to get little kids. The mechanism inside that makes a noise is broken, but the spinner still works. What I plan on doing is taping at various points various races to it, and that all you gotta do is like, hey, what character we're gonna play? I hand you the speak and spell. You pull the little string, and it spins. Sorry, no, not the spell. But what does the animal say? Spinners. And so I hand you the machine, and you pull it, and it spins, and it tells you what race you're gonna play. And that's how I would like people to to make their damn characters. Like, what are you? You get no choice. Have fun. But I didn't want this. Nobody chooses what they are. Just be it. Just play. And
Blaine, you just need to play DCC.
Yeah.
Have you played it?
No.
I just got that.
DCC starts you off with, you roll a die, and it gives you your race or class, whatever you are.
Yeah.
And that's it. And as you continue to play, if you're doing a convention event called a funnel, you have 4 of them. They have enough information to fill 2 lines on a 3.5 or 3.5 by 5 inch index card.
Okay.
You get very little information about it, but they have your special abilities if you have any, and that's all you get. That's all you get, and you're expected to play this character, which you will, and you will play this character. And as you level up from level 0 to first level, then you find out what you really are.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you just figure it out. And if you want to cast a spell, you got to roll a die. It's based on a 3.x engine, but the spell casting is kind of neat and wonky. And
it is.
You can have your nose bleed to the point where you bleed to death because you miscast Fireball or some other spell. I think it goes up to level 14, and that's it. It's a wonderful game that you should probably check out and you'll probably grow your gaming group when you force them to play it, because after the first adventure, they'll be like, oh my God, this was so much fun. I never knew I could have fun like this.
And the thing here is the only reason why I want that. What does the animal say machine for that? Is just a packet in a box. And then when somebody goes, I can't decide what to play, and that's when I pull out the machine and go spin. And I might put a second line on the interior that says what other aspects, like, well, I can't decide this. Spin the machine. Why should I? Because you can't decide. If you can't decide, let the machine decide for you, and then play the character that you get. You don't have to, the people who get decision like, oh God, I can't decide. Why can't you? It's not that hard. It's just literally just play the game. Damn it, have some fun, and you never know what you're going to get from it. You could just get something fun, a combo you never thought was going to happen, or get like. I never thought about playing a dwarf fill in the blank. Well, congrats. Now you can. Now you got a new experience. And it's not your usual, well, the dice said this is the optimal build I found online. Fuck it. Not everyone's born the optimal build. Were you born the optimal build, motherfucker? No. Then don't be the optimal build. Just have fun, damn it.
This is something that happened a few years back.
Okay.
We were playing Pathfinder. First edition, of course, because second edition is crap. But first edition Pathfinder, and the GM says, okay, this is going to be an arena game, so everybody's going to start off as a prisoner in an arena and be forced to fight gladiatorial combat. So I picked a sorcerer. Is a catfolk sorcerer, because I like catfolk, okay? So what? I don't give a shit. You don't like it, fuck you. But, okay. But, some people are like, oh, you're just a fucking furry. No, I'm not. But,
yeah, no.
But anyway, yeah. Catfolk sorcerer, got good agility, got good charisma, can cast sorcering spells pretty decently. So, then he tells me, he says, okay, you picked a sorcerer? I said, yeah. He says, okay, well, because of the rules of the arena, you can't choose any offensive spells.
What?
I said, what? He said, yeah. No. Just wait. I thought the same thing too. I thought the same thing too. Hang on. No, it gets better. He said, you can't pick any offensive spells to start with. So I said, okay, so I can't take like magic missile, burning hands, or any of those other cool offensive spells. He says, no, you can't take any of those at first level. I said, okay, fine. So I looked through the sorcerer spell list. I pick up enlarge. Enlarge person. I pick up a few other spells, shield, magic, mage armor, all these other things. And, he said, okay, you can pick whichever weapon you want to. I said, okay, I'm a sorcerer, so I have to pick a simple weapon, so I pick up a long spear. And sure enough, by learning to use my sorcerer with more utility and having to go offensive, I basically played it like a fighter with some mage casting ability, and it worked. Instead of being reliant on damaging spells, I learned to be more of a utility caster. Because after we got out of the arena, I'm able to buff up my party or myself and become much more effective. And it was ultimately much more satisfying character for me than if I had just gone with the standard glass cannon sorcerer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand completely.
Yeah, it's Pathfinder.
I mean, I can see the build.
Yeah. Well, hell, I've never been one. Go ahead. Sorry.
I've never been one to play sorcerer. I'm good. Kai, you finish.
Oh no, I'm going to say it's always that fun moment watching a player transition from I had to be a damage dealing monstrosity to wait, support is actually where all the real power is at? I'm like, yes, yes, it is. And watching that moment of realization, and the player goes, I can do so much more. I'm like, you can, and you've been not, but all you wanted to be was an invoker, like, because invocation is the big flashy, oh my god, this is great moment. And then you realize, wait, no, I could be so much more. And it's I love that moment.
That has consequently led me to play my favorite Pathfinder first edition class, which is Oracle. I am hell and Jesus with an Oracle because I will always take the dual cursed Oracle. I shut down enemies' crits. I shut down party members' fumbles. And I'm still able to do lots of casting, lots of healing, and still be a very viable member of the team at all times. It's just a perfect class build for me. I mean, some people argue, well, clerics are better. I'm like, yeah, they are mechanically because they have their armor, etc., etc. But the dual cursed Oracle's ability to make people reroll is just fucking phenomenal in a game where you have crits and fumbles.
You know, I haven't played a cleric since they made the rule that you can't heal somebody to death. When that came to pass, like, I'm done being cleric.
You can't heal someone to death?
Vampires and undead, if you cast a heal spell on them, they did damage.
Yeah. You could destroy them with those.
Right. So if I was playing cleric in the 3.5 days, and I was basically the band-aid, I was the walking band-aid, and I knew it, and I just dealt with it, whatever, right? Then when we were fighting undead, I was actually just, blowing the shit out of these bastards because they're undead, and I had the ability to. Now I can't, and I'm like, well, this sucks. I know 5e.
I would change your game to reflect the way you want to play.
Oh, I would too. And this is when I'm a player, not a character. So I won't rock the boat too much, more than I normally do, at least. With 5e, if I play a cleric, I normally do a forge cleric just because of the benefits you get for being a forge cleric, and I'll make it work.
See, good.
I was gonna say, like, you just need to embrace the inner jaded hate-filled cleric who's a healer. Like, where all you do is everyone thinks you're the dead mother. You're actually the pissed off battle cleric. It don't fucking matter. It's great. We used to have support. I support meetings. So.
If my character dies in Bruce's campaign, I'm going to try my best to come in as a priest, and I'm going to be the typical drunken Irish priest in this campaign. It's going to be fun.
Play Wolfwood.
Play what?
What's that?
Wolfwood?
No, Wolfwood from Trigun. Do it right. Have fun.
Yeah. I don't know. With Bruce's campaign, I play it fairly straight. I mean, I was joking around about being a gnome paladin bard yesterday. I'm like, no, I can't do that to Bruce, but I can do that to other people.
Captain Trek, if you're still out there in the chat, please have a great day. I didn't realize you were leaving. I'm sorry. I didn't see my private chat light up until after you left. I'm like, oh, wow, he's gone. Dang it.
He was pretty tired coming in.
Yeah, I could hear the fatigue in him. He does early streams, like 6 a.m. Central Standard Time streams.
Ooh.
Captain
That's
Trek
early.
does.
Yeah, that is.
That's early for us USA people.
Where's he from?
Somewhere here. He's one of ours.
Right, he said Missouri. He just brought up something in Missouri. Missouri.
Well, the majority of his people that he has on are atypically going to be Australian or UK types.
Oh, I found a click over there. That works.
Okay. Captain Trek is still here. Yeah, LDG, you want a link? Hold on, buddy. Let me get you this link here.
still fucking tired from last night's.
Wait, how long did you stay up past? Because I know I was there for a few minutes, but not long. So
I ended up on chat with them there for a bit.
Oh, okay.
And then
I wasn't right.
What?
I wasn't
Cutting out.
ready to go online. Trust me. So
I was on chat with him for a few hours, and after the show came to an end, me and him talked behind scenes and just talked. Both of us were being, in my opinion, really civil towards each other, and there's no reason not to talk to somebody as long as they're being civil. And
Yeah.
so I have nothing bad to say about the guy at this juncture of time. How about that?
I listened to it for about an hour,
so
and
on tap.
I listened to him for about an hour, and I was done.
I had to get off this chat because my ex-wife just sent me a email list of all the books that are banning from my daughter's school, and that was a fun conversation. So I don't understand it. I just don't understand why certain books are being banned for really dumb reasons. But I'm not an educator. What the hell do I know?
I'd like to welcome our friend LDG of Geeks and Joy to our channel.
Hello.
LDG, it's great to see you, man.
What's going on, guys? Because the grass is always greener on. Oh shit! 1 second.
Whoops. My bad. Sorry.
I've done that before too.
Yeah.
This is
Well, I mean,
the
thank
guy-
God it was. I mean, it could have been completely worse. I mean, I could have came in here all, any minute now. Knock, knock.
Here we go. Hey, what's going on? What the hell?
Yeah, no. What's happening, people?
Dude,
you
your
doing?
microphone is so smooth. I love it.
It's very
Thank you.
nice.
It's a Corsair wireless headset.
Wow.
It is yeah, I love it.
I want to get
Freaking
one.
headset. Yeah, this is the best headset so far ever. And it's wireless, 60 feet.
Nice.
Not Bluetooth, not that crap blue crap tooth,
I don't use Bluetooth.
Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Everything I've got's wired. Wired mouse, wired
Should
internet.
be. But when you stream for like 16 hours a day and you need to not do, you have to do stuff like stand up and move, do stuff.
Yeah.
Headset helps. And where I used to have my mic, I put my camera. So now I have a freaking Johnny 5 head Brio on top of a mic stand that I can reconfigure and move around. It's pretty cool.
Wow, that took me back. You said Johnny 5. I'm like, oh my God.
It's even got the I wish I could show you. Actually, I can, but it even has Johnny 5's eyelash. It's got a lens on its manual close that looks like
Nice.
pretty sweet. So anyway, I really haven't been streaming. Been busy, but we're just finishing up. Figured I'd come on before. I don't know how long you were streaming for.
Yeah, you sound tired, man.
A little bit. 3-day event.
I came on because
Just-
I had to
just finishing up.
counter the LDG
That Tim?
initiative here.
Oh, hey Tim. What up, dude?
Yeah, earlier.
Weren't you just backstage? Damn it.
Yeah. Well, Bruce gave me the link, so figure if you could get a link, I'm
Sweet.
sure I could get a link.
Oh, yeah.
I've
Yeah.
been loitering in chat for God knows how long.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather listen to you guys on StreamYard than YouTube.
I think that's a that could be a mixed blessing.
And I wanted to join in because I got the setup now too for the painting.
I do not have the setup for the paint. I need to.
Thank you, Bruce and Roberto, for getting me the idea for getting the right camera.
IPVO is the way to go with paints and document work.
I don't know what the brand name of this one was. It's about $50. It works really well.
The style of camera that just angles straight down so you can view it is perfect.
Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me.
I'm working on it.
I picked up the Brio. I love the Brio. I wish my first one was the Brio. I was wishing. Just a simple fact that has 4K, so it has a better zoom.
Nice.
Yeah.
LDG's got all the toys. He just likes to show it off.
I don't have all the good toys. Okay, I have some good
Yeah,
toys. I just know what to buy. You know what I mean? I don't waste my money on buying crap, which a lot of people do all the time.
I'm guilty of that.
Yeah.
LDG, if you put your channel in a private chat, I'm going to link it out there because I want my cadre from Peoria. I want those guys to become your friend and be able to ask you questions about streaming and such because you are a really good guru in this. And,
Friends are good.
Baron
of course.
G-Rock, yeah. Baron G-Rock.
Absolutely. Wait for me to. I'll do that as soon as I get back.
The only thing you don't want to take his advice on is how to mute yourself. LDG has a serious problem muting himself.
No, I have 9 different mute buttons. Okay, so yeah. Like my mute buttons are like the doors for Get Smart.
Oh man, what a reference!
Yeah,
there's honesty there too.
No, it's dead serious. Exactly what it is.
We're sitting there backstage, just having a nice conversation. All of a sudden, we get audio bleed over from whatever the fuck LDG is watching. Pardon my language.
My voice is so powerful. I need multiple.
I had
buttons.
to apologize to Darren 5 minutes ago because in your chat, Bruce, I called him Darren Wanger. Not Wagner. I misspelled it. And you had the slow chat on, so it took me forever to correct myself. So that had to linger for
people from coming in here and dropping BS items one after another.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get you. Yeah.
Had a lot of problems after Testify passed on.
Was that actually true? Since you said the name, I gotta ask.
Far as I know, he did, and then the bots started hitting everybody's channel.
I heard something else that it was a joke, but I don't know how true that was either.
Yeah,
I just don't pay attention to the guy.
I mean, I want to see an obituary.
Wait, who are you guys talking about?
The
one, the YouTuber who shall not be named.
Okay, fair enough.
Unless you want to say it. I mean, it's not my channel. I mean,
there's a schlup by the name of Testify that was a queen troll and really couldn't stand him or the things he said. And he would join the ranks of a bunch of other Russian bots that would be banned from this server if he ever popped up in chat. All right, be gone thought, that sort of thing. I'd play whack-a-mole with that if he kept coming back. I'd be occupied. I wouldn't have my hands on camera. I'd be too busy clicking go away, go away, go away, go away. And that's the type of character this guy is, because he just causes a lot of people unnecessary stress or worry, and he's just not worth, in my opinion, having on a channel or game or nothing. Go ahead, you can talk.
From what I understand, he was also near the center of the first Comicsgate split up.
Yeah.
At least that's what I got out of it. I don't know the details, but from what it looked like, he was chilling with the war campaign, and then some craziness happened. Some people got doxxed, and some other people got mad, like Mike Miller and Doug Tenaple and Edwin Boyette, and now the whole crew has just gone nuts.
I'm really disappointed in Doug Tenaple. I
am
really
too.
am. And the reason why I say that name, and some of you might not know it, I'm just going to say the words Earthworm Jim was a game that I loved, and he's creator of Earthworm Jim. And after I got a chance to know a little bit more about him, I just kind of that chrome came off the bike so easily.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
you're right.
disappointing. I enjoyed the fuck out of those video games.
Yeah.
He redid a comic book. It's a brilliant comic book from what I've seen, but I mean the amount of people he threw under the bus to get that book as popular as it got was just I just couldn't believe it. And it's really sad because I was a big fan. I almost crowdfunded it, and then the whole shit went down, and I'm like, no, I'm not putting my money to it now. I just can't. I can't righteously support that. When they're, I don't know how you guys are religiously, but Ethan's Mormon, Doug Tenable's supposed to be Christian, and one of the primary beliefs of Christianity is forgiveness. And there's no forgiveness here. There's no forgiveness in this group. At least not with what had happened. And it just didn't happen. And then he went on some he went to some convention on some stage, and I think it was Billy Chucci, I think his name was, who hosted the thing.
Oh man, Billy Tucci, the guy who did the She.
Yeah, okay,
and Tomoe.
And he had a big thing about crowdfunding, and he invited Doug Tenaple, and and Doug Tenaple was going to talk about how he was so successful in crowdfunding. Well, the only reason he was as successful as he was, or maybe I shouldn't say the only reason, but one of the reasons he was as successful as he was, because of his participation in Comicsgate with Ethan. And never once did he mention Ethan at all.
Oh, wow.
He acted like Ethan didn't exist. And he took Ethan's ideas to crowdfund his comic book. I mean, Ethan was giving him advice on what he should do. And he took that advice, and it bolstered his crowdfunding. And rightly so, it was fine until the whole split up, and then he just didn't bother to mention Ethan at all.
Yeah, if you get into Comicsgate, you want to really just at least mention Ethan Van Sciver in positives and say we wouldn't have this bridge to cross if it wasn't for EVS. Yeah. EVS is why we have all of these opportunities to make money outside of the typical comics publishers. That's it. And if you ever get into comics, do that. I'm not saying there's a Stasi or there's a movement against you, because there will be people that don't like you for using crowdfunding for a comic book instead of you going through IDW or Marvel or DC. You're going to have pushback from that crowd that loves mainstream garbage. But if you're going into crowdfunding and you want to have a good comic book campaign, at least mention the man's name positively, because Ethan is not a bad guy. He's actually fairly good. He's business smart, and he's done a lot of good for other people within the community. So, I mean, that would be just Bruce Lombardo's own personal viewing experience that I've seen, and he does a lot for the community. I like what Ethan has to say. Hey, Machini Draws, how you doing, buddy? Sorry,
Ethan is so like passive. Like he'll even let you use his own memes. He normally doesn't care. At least I asked him if I could borrow his Donald Trump meme, a little Donald Trump clip, and asked LDG. I use it quite often. The I'm gonna come one, and I messaged Ethan. I'm like, can I use this on some of our streams? He's like, yeah, go ahead. He's like, sure. I'm like, sweet. I just wanted to make sure it was okay with you. It was no big deal.
Yeah. Oh, it's cool that he's so easygoing, and it's pretty shitty that somebody took advantage of that.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. And he doesn't.
The system rewards people to do that. Period.
He doesn't talk about Doug much, but he likes making fun of Mike Miller. And that one, I think he just has a little passion project of making fun of Mike Miller once in a while. Which I think is hilarious.
Baron G-Rock has entered, and he is not a breakout YouTuber, but he's doing fairly well. He's already in the 200s on his subscriptions, and he's been going at it for a couple months. I'm proud of his progress. How you doing?
What does it do?
Good evening.
Ooh,
What was that?
there we go.
No,
That works.
just me. No, I do a little bit of everything. Game, tabletop gaming. I've got 2 channels. The other one I've kind of put on the back burner for right now, which is my actual PC gaming. But I had some setbacks with that and got pissed off, so I just kind of put that on the back burner for the moment.
If you ever need help, hit me up.
Yeah,
With YouTube or anything.
Baron
That's what I
G-Rock,
do.
I'm telling you, LEG of Geeks and Joy has a lot of good ideas. He has a lot of good workarounds for things if you're having problems with getting in and getting visible.
That's fair.
And he's also got an OS that he's working on called Prometheus that he never talks about, but it's in the working. It's under construction.
It's the reason for my channel. That's what monetization means. It means Prometheus will be started. But yeah, if you ever need anything, hit me up.
Oh yeah, do definitely do that.
And me
Sweet.
without my Prometheus gift.
Dude, like I can't wait where if the waiting room ever becomes like that famous, right? Where it's like, it's the beginning of Prometheus. Like it's actually being made. I can't wait for that day. It's people were talking about the waiting room like, oh man, it's like dead in here. Like soak that time up. So when we have thousands of people in the waiting room, you can say, damn, I remember when there was nobody here.
I pop in the mornings when I can, but I can't stay too long because I work during the day.
We had a pretty good push today. I think we got to 14 at one point, but it was a real quick stream. Like for me, it's like a blink. Like that was a blink. I didn't even finish half my coffee.
I was going to make content today, but I'm still fucking baked from last night. So I know that's going to be my plan for tomorrow to start sitting in the camera, or when I have to get off of this one, just make sure I'm nice, tired, and don't give a fuck and say what I want to say.
I didn't think this at first, but right now, if you can incorporate shorts in any useful way, that's what you got to do right now.
Yeah,
you need to put effort into that.
Right.
If you want it's like stocks. Well, shorts are on the climb right now, big time.
I
Big
thought
time.
the 5 and 20-minute videos were getting more YouTube.
1 minute, right? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the shorts. Yeah, the shorts. Because like basically what I did is I went and took a bunch of my clips from when I was on Twitch, and then just slapped them in as shorts. And I got one that was kind of one of the little funny ones. It makes up half my channel's overall views. It's at 2.1K views.
dang.
Not bad.
The only reason I did it is because a buddy of mine, Universe Man, who's on Twitch and on the Utabi, he told me, dude, you got just take your stuff, change the orientation of it, slap them up there. They're already done. You don't have to do anything but change the orientation on them. I'm like, all right. So I just slapped 3 of them up there and was like, okay. One went really good. The other two are like 3 views. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Nice. Yeah, man. If you want to put the effort into it, you can crack the algorithm. I've cracked it. I cracked it once, like hard, like I mean, cracked it. I don't know if Bruce was there, but I had a live stream with 6,000 live viewers.
God,
that was awesome. I just cracked it. I went from like
Bruce,
700 to like
you wanna full screen
1,000.
me for a second?
Oh God, no! Kick him now. Remove him from the panel. But no, serious though. Cracked the algorithm. Had a great night, and went to the hospital 2 weeks later.
Oh no!
No, actually 1 week later.
That had something to do with WandaVision.
Yeah.
Wait, WandaVision sent you to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
I blame myself and Krish actually.
I have a video. I have my.
I kind of have questions.
Yeah. Heck, shoot. Go ahead. I'll relive it for you. No problem.
No, I'm good. I mean,
It won't send him to the hospital again. That's
No,
for sure.
no, I'm good now. I think. But no, I was watching WandaVision when it was coming out. I was so into it that I, with all my streaming and everything, I ended up using the last few hours of sleep to study WandaVision. And I did that for like 2 weeks straight. Had like no sleep. And then the night when WandaVision went south, episode 8, my body snapped under the pressure. And I went to the hospital for exhaustion. Slept for like a whole day.
See, I didn't mind WandaVision. I like Marvel TV. I'm not as picky as some people are, and it seems to work best for me. But I'll wait for a season to be completely done, then I'll just binge it. I'll binge ever living fuck out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same way with Falcon and Winter Soldier. Hawkeye, the Hawkettes, I guess, at this juncture, because there's now 2 of them. And a few other ones. I'll just wait till it's done. And any part of the show that's like, okay, people, okay, let's move the story along. It doesn't send me to the hospital, but it does send me to the liquor store.
Well, any day
I'm going to bow out at this point. I need.
You getting
Run!
or Cry's getting sleepy?
Sleepy and hungry. So I'm gonna get out of here and look for food and sleep. Okay.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
but
I'll talk
nice
to
meeting
you.
I have high hopes for him in the future.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here in about 40 minutes. I got to go pick up laundry.
I would like to get off, but it involves somebody else, and I don't think she's coming over tonight.
It's TMI.
Sad man.
No, I'm good.
The WandaVision story got cut off a little short. I didn't have a chance to get LDG's,
It's good.
kryptonite
It's good.
set up.
You can stop showing
Oh,
off.
the food porn?
You're good. You're good.
It's me.
I'm going with the lobster on the door and the meatloaf on the table, and his speculations. It was pretty funny. So I keep these.
Not
bits
exactly
around.
smart to make fun of your landlord. But go ahead.
Landlord.
Best to not ask.
I'm his I'm his online landlord. I host
they've got
I host a room
partnership.
called The Backstage.
Gotcha.
They've got a partnership on StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, 1 second, I'm being summoned.
Uh-oh.
Is it Mama or is it Yvette?
Yvette's a sweetheart.
Yeah, she sent me some really cool stuff. She sent me a solar cockroach.
Nice.
Solar cockroach.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to take it out. I might lose it. It might like scurry under stove or something. And I'll never see it again. Although I might play a trick on my boss at work. This is pretty funny. She also got me these railroad coins.
Ooh.
From the UK.
Very cool.
Nice.
Yeah, they're very neat. Very, very neat stuff. I like coins, so that'll go in my strong box with the rest of my coin collections.
I'm back.
Those are pretty sweet. She also gave me some she called them figures, but they're actually those metal clip and put together like model puzzle things. And I don't have a clipper that would work on those. My friend Cy does, so I gave them to him. I also don't like working on those kind of things. They're just a little strange for me. I like working on like regular models, but she said I could give them to friends or whoever liked them. So I gave him to Cy, and he was like pretty cool with it. He's like, "Yeah, dude, I'll put those together." I'm like, okay, cool. It's like these clippers would break. I would dull the shit out of these.
All right, let's see if this is gonna work. Oh, hey. Ooh.
My last D&D figure.
What's going on, guys?
He has now entered God mode.
Spooky, but I like it.
That's awesome.
All right.
So he's got the
like
eyes.
Super Saiyan, but without the hair.
Now he just needs the musical back-toned voice to go with that. That he was doing earlier.
I love this one. This one looks funny.
Oh,
Now, wow.
I have to ask, is that software free or is there a price for that?
Absolutely free.
It's free. I've got it too.
Super free.
He looks like a Disney character. No!
He does. He looks like a Disney character.
that is pretty cool, man.
Oh yeah.
He likes the glowing eye thing. He does that a lot.
Yeah, I think I've seen him do that before.
He just needs the hair to go with it to be full on Super Saiyan.
Oh yeah, we got that.
Oh, he's got that.
We got that.
So,
Whoop.
Baron, I just want to say thank you really quick for making this. I'll show everybody. My little stamp.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy it. My brother's like, it's a shame it's a cigar. I'm like, why so? He's like, you could be the token DM. I'm like, I don't smoke pot. He's like, yeah, but it'd still be cool. I'm like, okay.
You tell the guys like, whose life is this anyway?
All right, I'm back. I get interrupted. Sorry.
So LDG, how have you been hanging in there, man? I know you had some bad stuff happen at the end of last year. Are you getting
still
your face
still
again?
swimming out of it?
Yeah.
That's all I can really say.
Literally, we saw him jump in the pool.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. For $30.
Oh.
To somebody else.
With socks on.
It wasn't even to me.
It's kind of funny. One of my buddies asked me what I was doing this week, and then I put up a meme of it was King Robert from Game of Thrones. He says, "Drinking, eating, and whoring myself into an early grave." And one was like, "Yep, that makes sense for you." I'm like, "Gee, thanks."
Way out pretty.
You should have just said and.
And
I'm too introverted to be whoring myself out.
I'm not.
Usually for me it's a 3-drink minimum. So I mean, just saying.
We haven't done drinking together per se, but we were me, you, Jade, and you guys as wives, and another gentleman, Force, met up at the local watering hole to play game night there, and I was about ready to get my fourth beer, and a mutual friend of ours is like, "Whoa, So, how many beers are you planning on drinking tonight? I'm like, I'm not driving.
That usually means as much as I can.
It's beer.
I'll drink until I stop, and then I'll drink some more.
Samuel L. Jackson has this wonderful seasonal beer called Oktoberfest. And it comes out roughly near my birthday. So that's
It must be
normally
October.
You're Sam Jackson. Because if Sam Jackson's got a beer out there, as much as I
No,
disagree,
say it's not Sam Jackson. It's
Samuel
Samuel Adams.
Samuel
if
Adams.
Sam Jackson had a beer, like I
It would be
If
called
he had a
motherfucker.
beer, I'd be all over that shit right now. And I don't like beer, but I love Samuel L. Jackson. If he produced a beer, send it my way. I don't care. I don't care what it tastes like. I'll try it.
I've had Danny Trejo's beer, and that was really good.
What about
Like-
Stone Cold's IPA?
I don't like IPAs.
Yeah,
I
they're
wanna-
I can do mouth rape with an pine cone. I don't do IPAs.
I want to get Dan Aykroyd's vodka.
The best thing about Dan Aykroyd's vodka is the bottle.
That's why I want it.
I don't know. I'm can't say that I'm not. See, I met Bruce here when I was drunk off my ass. It seems like to be the status quo with me with most people. But I like my vodka. I like my dirty martinis. And somebody's like, I'll make you a dirty martini out of Dan Vodka's vodka that he has. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'm like, okay, so where's the vodka? He's like, it's in there. I'm like, if you say so.
Yeah, I hate it when
Not very strong, or was he too loose with it?
Not very strong. And, you know, to be honest, it might have been the guy who made me the drink instead of the alcohol itself.
The guy who made the drink wasn't strong enough for you?
Apparently not.
Probably not. Yeah.
You little pussy man, how dare you make this drink? I want you to go buff up and come back and make this drink.
To be fair, this is the same guy who, there's another bar here in Peoria. It's no longer around. It's called Richards. And
Richards.
Richards, yes.
Richards.
It was underground.
Yes.
Oh, bet it was. Entrance in the back. No. I'm joking, man. I'm just fucking with you.
That's fine.
Actually, they had extremely good food there.
Oh, yeah. Good service, good food. It's just like most bars in this era just don't make it. I pony up to the bar. Can I get a Guinness and a double shot of I think it was Jameson at the time. And my friend, who the same person made me the drink, he's like, "Can I get a sex on the beach?" And I pushed him out of his chair. And he looks at me. He's like, "What?" I'm like, "If you're gonna sit next to me, order a real man's drink." Then his wife got all butthurt.
Aw.
I can't believe you pushed him out of the chair. Can't believe you married him.
Oh.
Wow.
One of the first times I ever went out to the bar scene in Minneapolis, my friend, we first had dinner at TGI Fridays. And at the time, I'd never been to one because where I live, we didn't have one yet. So we get there. We were with some of his friends, and I ordered. He's like, just order a drink. It's on me. I'm like, okay. Let's see what do I want. So I'm like, the Hurricane. That sounds pretty good. So I ordered one. Fucking fantastic, fruity. Just tasty. Like, oh my god, this is actually really good. So I ordered a second one.
Uh-oh.
And the second one tasted like just straight up it didn't have half the flavor, and it felt like it had double the alcohol.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, the second one was just nasty. And I was like, wow, that just sucks. Must have had a different bartender on that one. But then we went out to the bar scene, and I'm not a big drinker, so I didn't drink a lot. I had like one Rolling Rock, for crying out loud. That's like water. But yeah, the Hurricane though. Oh my god, I want to know how they make that, because that, like, at least the first one, because that was the best drink I think I ever had. It tasted fucking great.
We had this buddy, and this is going to be horrible, and I'm a horrible person for doing it to him, but I don't care. But we had this buddy that lives up in this area who religiously does not believe in drinking. He will not drink whatsoever. He wasn't Muslim. He was a Christian. He was one of the branches of the Christian church. I don't remember what he was. And we're all going to a bar, and he's like, "I'll go. I'll just get like tea or soda, But I'll go with you guys." So me and this was before I started hanging out with Jade. Me and Scott. Me and Scott went up to the bar and got our drinks, and I didn't say anything to my friend Scott, and I said, "Can I get a tea, Long Island tea?" And the person said, "Yeah." And I bought him a Long Island iced tea, and I brought it back to him. I go, "Okay, I got a beer. Scott, you got a beer here." No, I'm not going to say his name. I got you a tea. He's like, "Oh, that's really nice of you." He got so trashed. And Scott realized why I gave him. He's like, "You're a dick." I'm like, "What?"
What? It's like my friend Sai's like, "What?" Like, what? Like, we're playing cards, and he's just sitting here like tripping, and me and my other friends were just looking at him like, "You really, dude?" He looks up. He's there playing. He looks up with, "What?" I'm like, "You fucking know what? Are you done with your turn?" It's like,
here lately, I think my catchphrase for most of the gaming activities I do, and I found a group of people that still play poker, like Texas Hold'em, so that's been making me happy. And I've been saying, "What the fuck did I do?" And I blame Bruce.
Just
because Bruce is like,
Texas.
There's a show that you need to watch on HBO. It's called The Wire, and there's a character on there that reminds me of you. I'm like, okay, so I'm slightly curious. So I watched the show, and next thing I know, what the fuck did I do has became part of my repertoire of words. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Do you know all the best words? All the great words? All the best words? Sorry.
Is that your impression of Trump?
This is kind of bad.
Hey, Bruce.
I always love that line, though. It just made me laugh. They don't understand it. I know all the words. I know all the best words. Like, okay, yeah, you sold me on words.
He sold me on when he wanted to copyright the word "you're fired" from the Princess show.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No.
Kidding.
Go ahead. Somebody was trying to page me.
Oh yeah, Bruce. How long you
Forgot to put the ink.
no wait, another half an hour that you said?
Yeah, not even a half hour, probably.
Did you
40
just
minutes.
ask him how long he was not white? Is that what I just heard?
What?
I could have swore I heard you say that.
Not white?
I want to be a little Sambo for about another 20 minutes.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Oh, come on. Sambo's cute.
What, are you having pancakes for dinner?
What?
Yeah.
What's wrong with pancakes for dinner?
Yeah. Breakfast for dinner is awesome.
Actually, I prefer waffles.
Oh, waffles.
You just want the maple syrup
Good
pockets
old
in your
Belgian
food.
waffle with
Actually, I don't mind that
I want
strawberry.
every time.
pie to be a mixture between hope and butter. I mean, butter and syrup.
I just hope to have
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Every time I made omelets, I got laid. So for dinner, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that works.
That would, yeah.
See, that's normally what I make for breakfast after I get laid. That's kind of funny.
Well, unless it's you guys. Like if I'm having dinner with a woman, it's a different story. Yeah, I went there.
I need to move out of the area I'm living in. I don't know if I want to move to one of the surrounding towns, but I just need to get out of here.
For those who don't know, he lives in the Peoria proper of Illinois. Nothing wrong with Peoria. It's just the people there have a mental deficiency, and they're allowing things to go on that normally wouldn't be going on. But you're going to lose all your schools and all your funding, and all your taxes are going to go up. And have fun, kids. You're going to turn into Decatur and Danville before you.
I'd rather turn into Champagne, please.
Yeah, but you don't have a university in town the size and prestige of the University of Illinois.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we have Bradley. Bradley's is a fine university.
It's a small university, which
but precious fun babies.
You know, hey Bruce, sorry.
Sure.
The thumbnail for your video right now is me like this. Like full screen. The whole thumbnail. It's just me going.
That's perfect. Nobody'd even notice.
God, that'd be awesome. Let me go channel content.
Oh wow. I haven't scrolled down in a while. Yeah, what was that? The mad person, the lady that was on here. I can't remember her name. Yeah, she's like Cigar DM. She's like, he's a nice person. I'm like, she really doesn't know me.
She's a sweetheart.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just like, oh, she thinks I'm a nice person. I wonder how long this will last.
Let's not kick the bees. Let's not kick the bees nest. I want to keep her happy. She's usually on the stream that I do with Maki on Sundays, and I want to
isn't here right now.
Good relations with all my co-hosts.
Hey, I'm not going to kick it. I'm just saying, you know.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, if you ask a couple of my ex-girlfriends, just go on one date and it's over.
Oh, that's way too
much. That's usually what they say.
Are you going to drink all night? Are you going to keep talking? Burritos, pickles, rainbows, chocolate food, and
unicorns.
Oh, I was thinking Democrats. I'm sorry.
Unicorns.
Yes, it's Democrats.
Unicorns.
Oh my God! Speaking of unicorns, this is kind of funny. Me and my ex-wife were. My ex-wife were at Sam's Club. Sam's Club, and it's around Christmas time, and now they're making everything a unicorn, basically. And then there's this cat.
He said the wrong word.
God damn it!
He said the wrong word.
Fuck did that go?
Tim,
hold on,
please put that shit away.
So, there's a cat that has a unicorn horn.
Model. Thank God that it wasn't on camera.
Stop! Just put it away, dude. I don't like looking at that. Oh my God. No. Please.
Oh, you've seen it 100 times.
I'm being visually violated right now. Just put that shit away. I don't
Look what you
care.
did to his
Put the
eyes.
toilet-
I mean, come on.
put dude, I can't. It's freaking me out. Thank you.
LDG's birthday's coming up soon. I want everybody to
That
get him some
face.
Skittles.
That's like a Chucky face. I mean, oh. Hey, that's fine. Keep that up.
So, anyways, my ex-wife picks up and looks at my daughter and says, "Hey, honey, look, it's a kitty corn." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" She's like, "It's a kitty corn." I'm like, "Babe, you really don't need to be saying that word out loud." She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Think about it." And she's like, "Oh my God."
Think about it. Think about it.
Dude,
Oh,
No, wait, there's more.
Why are you hurting him? What has he done to you?
What in the
Okay, we're gonna hold up the
sick-
miniature. Where did the bad man
sick
touch
man.
you?
You're a sick man.
Booty.
You are fucking sick. Okay.
Hey, Carol.
Or my other favorite one.
That one's okay.
Don't tell the elf.
The blue one is crossing lines, man. It's crossing fucking lines, okay?
Or my most recent favorite. See if you know what this one is.
That's
Tramps I dated back in high school.
That is a Sailor Moon reference called
Yeah, I was
Star
gonna say Sailor
Gentle
Moon.
Uterus. Star Gentle Uterus.
What?
That's what she
That
calls
is
it.
so
That's what the
fucking
show
bad.
calls it.
That's what that move is called. Star Gentle
Like-
Uterus. That's what she
Are
says.
you serious?
I'm serious. We
Okay.
were playing Cards Against Humanity.
That's great.
We're like, we saw the card and we're like, what the fuck is Star Gentle Uterus? This sounds terrible. So I
There you
looked
go,
it up
Bruce.
and this is what comes up on fucking Google.
This is a short one.
What do you get?
Sharing something.
Here's something that LED's doing on a regular basis.
Oh, somebody shared some with me.
Yep.
Let me grab it.
That right there was most of my childhood.
Oh God. Oh God. Dude, that is.
Wait, is that
Dude, be careful.
is that
Be
that
careful.
is that,
That's- oh my God. Oh my God.
is that detective Muppet
Oh my
movie
God.
thing that
Yeah.
had what's your face? in
Wait,
it?
quick. Just where is it? Oh.
Happy Time Murders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the
That's
funny
where
thing
that's from.
about that is I found out that movie was made by Spielberg's son, and Spielberg absolutely hates the Muppets. His
Well,
son.
he did after that one.
His son absolutely hated the Muppets, and that's why he made that to basically shit on the Muppets.
What, really?
Yeah, that was his purpose.
Well,
Okay.
That was
Bruce,
the
I hope you
motivation.
weren't planning on being monetized tonight.
No,
Oh, that's not that bad.
Just in case. Just to get your back. I
Here's
mean,
one that turns a few heads.
where is it?
When you feel like a winner.
All right, 1 second. Yeah. Let me just play this real quick. Okay, ready? Here we go.
Some viewers may find this disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
There we go. We got, at least we
Some
played
viewers
it.
may find
We played it. Put on the
We had it
visual
this
one,
way.
but I can't.
Got
Don't have it.
Marianne. And then when you really want to show off the power of Prometheus, there's this.
Get off. Get off. Get off.
LDG, this is a compliment.
Get off, dude. Seriously.
Dude, it's obliterating everything in sight.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's a good
That's
thing.
not what Prometheus is. It will not destroy everything on the planet.
Yeah.
It's just blowing away those pesky insect virus things, you know.
Yeah, that's
The
curing
key word
COVID
is-
right there.
Yeah, it's curing COVID. There you go.
All you infected must go.
Yes, obliteration of the human malware.
There you go.
What anime is that from? That's pretty cool.
That's
Sam.
from Macross Frontier.
Okay.
Cool.
Frontiers. That complete sense. I had Macross Plus. That's the last one I bought. That's about 20 years ago.
So
20
you
years ago.
you got the dubbed 6 episode series, right?
4.
4 episodes. Is it 4? I thought it was 6.
It's 4.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. Oh, okay. It's been a while. I have the movie, and I have the episodes on. I have them dubbed somewhere, but I never could get the actual series. At least not until I think. What did I pick up the DVDs with me? Can't remember.
It came out on DVD not too long ago.
Yeah, it's hard to find because Harmony Gold is such a bunch of shit sticks. They had to clamp down on everything that related to their Robotech IP. So
Good old Carl Masick.
that one you're showing right there with data rolling that. I'm reminded of a video. You'll have to go back quite far back in Bruce's library where he rolled 3 natural 20s on 3 different dice and killed a player outright.
yeah,
It was truly amazing.
I did something like that once, and then I rolled like crap the rest of the game. Actually, I rolled like crap the rest of my life. So my favorite Bible quote.
There's more.
And it was funny because the guy beforehand goes, "I can never die," and the next week it was a ogre with a pick. With the crit with 3 nat 20 crit because he ran off by himself. Good times.
Tomorrow I'm in a campaign that my buddy is running out of 5e. But I'm playing. For those who's read the Dresden Files, I have more or less made Toot, and I will make his life living hell. The DMs.
That sounds like a fun campaign. The Dresden Files universe is great. I don't like the rule set that it operates with, but I do like the universe that's written.
Oh yeah, I actually kind of hit a wall with the Western one I was writing there for a bit, so I switched over to do like a Dresden type-ish world. In its early years, like why the story is basically why Merlin created the White Council and everything in the time of Arthur. So I'm kind of having fun writing it right now until, I don't know, either I get burnt out or I hit another wall. But I'm only letting certain races being played.
I think that's how you have to play especially if it's 5th edition, you have to curate, and you can't use this book, you can't use this combination.
Right.
And that's what we do for Pathfinder.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the 5e system books that won't work for my campaign. I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I'm just saying it's not going to be allowed.
I mean, like what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the Doctor Who RPG being made.
Oh, I missed that part.
And they're making a Doctor Who compatible RPG for a 5e setting, and I don't know how that's going to work out well because there's not a documented case where somebody's gotten hit by the Daleks and lived. They always kill on strike.
Exterminate.
Yeah.
I will have to go back, but I think there has been a person who survived it. I just don't remember if it was a variation. I don't remember if it was a doctor himself or something unhuman, but there at least has been one thing. I just don't remember. I know that doesn't really help, but I know there is one incident.
Well, I've never seen a Dalek not kill somebody when they hit them.
Yep.
Yeah, no, and that's fair. That's a very fair statement. This is also early days Doctor Who. This is like roughly Tom Baker era.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody who got hit in the Tom Baker era died.
I just remember it sticking out. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
As she said.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to start wrapping up here because it's almost we've got a few minutes to my pumpkin time. I've got to go out and grab laundry.
That's what she said too.
I know.
Sorry.
Pumpkin time. So start off with Easter to Historian. Sir,
Hey.
your channel is a nice little rocket ship going up in subscribers and such, and it's really good to see your success blooming the way it is. I want to ask you, what do you got going on? What do you have going on this week?
Well, let's see. This week, probably going to start the little fireside chats or whatever I'm going to call them, where we're going to have just short talks about stuff that's got my interest, either in pop culture or gaming. Probably mostly gaming. But other than that, I've got Week in Geek, 4 p.m. on Saturdays, Central Standard Time.
Has that mainly turned into your flagship of your channel?
It kind of has for right now, although, to be quite honest, I think Dungeons and Discussions actually picks up more engagement overall. But because my channel...
Or are you talking about the interaction between your comments and such?
What do you mean?
Are you getting more comments and the live chat on Dungeons and Discussions, or are you getting? You say you've got more penetration in the market with that than you do your This Week in Geek.
Penetration.
Well, Well, honestly, it's like all the videos that have gotten the most views have been the Dungeons and Discussions videos. I mean, just straight up, people want to see those, and it may be just who I'm talking to. Like, talking to James Edward Radji IV. That blew up. I've got like over 400 hits from that, which is pretty awesome.
For those of you that don't know, Raggy is the guy that wrote Lamentations of the Flame Princess.
Mm-hmm.
That
stream went for 5.5 hours because I was having so much fun talking to him. And he probably could have gone on longer. I had to stop. I'll know next time.
Fair enough.
But if I
discussions on,
what's that?
Your Dungeons and Discussions. When is that on?
I normally would run it Tuesdays at 9 a.m. However, I'm kind of on hiatus at the moment, but I keep it going by either doing unboxing videos or one-off videos whenever I can, and that's usually with my buddy Grim, who honestly I think he makes the show more than I do, but
Grim is a showman.
Yeah, he's good.
I can't remember what character he reminds me of, but there's a character from a Jack Black video game from about 10 years ago that he reminds me of. I don't know if it's the Killminster character that he reminds me of or somebody else, but there was a hard rock video game Jack Black did.
Oh, Legends of Metal or some variation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brutal Legend.
Brutal Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he reminds me of the way they dolled up Lemmy Kilminster on that so much. And you just see him in the dark glasses, and he looks like a character out of the Wild Wild West or the Dracula 1860s, 1880 time period. He just has that power. And he just
what's funny is somebody came after him for that look the other day. They were like, "Hey, why are you looking like Rob Zombie? You look stupid," and all this other stuff. Being British, he just kind of quietly, made fun of them and went on.
Stiff upper lip and whatnot.
Pretty much. But he is going to be doing some more live streams after we, because I'm working on it too. Get finished with Whitechester. It's really his project. I'm just helping out a little bit. But as soon as he gets that done, he's going to be doing more live stream stuff, and I'm hoping to hang out with him some more at later times of the evening and stuff, because right now his health and stuff is kind of affected a lot of his work.
Yeah, he's kind of mentioned that here and there, and it you can't tell so much, but because it was appearing here like 3 months ago, his health was getting better, but I don't know what's going on. I'm not a close enough friend of his to where I need to know either, but I want him to get well. At least get where he can do this.
He's okay. He's okay.
Yeah, when I popped up the unicorn, I dropped my figure on the floor and the handle. I'm like, so LDG's like, get it off. I'm like under the table. It's like shit.
T-shirt, if you got a link for me in the private chat, I'll make sure I put it out here. Also, chat, appreciate you guys sticking around here for the past 4.5 hours. And if you
Really that long?
Right,
Holy cow.
each of these people here, because they might in time especially become your favorite YouTuber, and you do want to know when they pop on live or they've got a brand new video premiere, etc., etc. I would love it if you were able to help contribute to their success.
I definitely would like to grow a little bit there.
Yeah.
I'm 24 away from 300.
Woohoo! I am one video away from having one.
The Cigar DM. Do you have anything going on this week?
Yes, this week I will have a video. My first video will probably be made tonight and shot up tonight, and it will be just a basic introduction of who I am and where I stand on most gaming situations. Later this week, I might just do one about ranting and raving over the 3 games I am playing this week. And so that might just be a little bit more tongue in cheek than my first video will be.
Okay. Baron G Rock.
Well, the videos I was going to record this weekend didn't happen, so I have a lot of time on my hands now at the hotel. So because I have to go to hotel for work because I'm working out of town. So I did that. That's why I'm not on camera right now. My camera that I usually use is actually packed up. So, and I actually put all the editing software on the laptop. That's what I was working on when you said, well, you come in here. I was working on getting everything together on the laptop. So, but yeah, hopefully here shortly I should start posting those again. It will not be as quick as if I were at home, just for the simple fact of the internet at the hotel is not the greatest. So yeah.
The internet is made for porn.
And
Oh
videos.
no, not now. Oh God, I can't believe you said that. Oh.
What?
He's got
I don't have my thing ready.
He's got a clip.
I have that. I have that clip.
He caught him with a
You have no
Thank
idea.
God he doesn't have the camera.
Ready, Marvel people?
Thank God he doesn't have the camera on.
Mr. Christ, Tim.
Howdy. How you doing? Oh, there he is. Shit.
Mr. Christ, do you have anything this week coming out that we need to be made aware of?
Well, I don't know about like content wise, but I might see if I can make a video of me putting this together. This will be my next. That's
cool.
I have actually like 5
Wait,
Gundam models.
Bring it back.
I got 5 Gundam models to put together, but I was able to since it got temporarily warm out. I grabbed the first model I could and started painting it, so it would happen to be this guy. So Helios Gundam. Basically, this guy is a combination of Gundam Double X, Freedom Gundam, and Gundam Destiny, all like conglomerated into one thing. And I'm going to try and fix the back wings. I don't like the wings sticking up. I don't know if you see the one picture where the wings are just like up in the air like that.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that looks really stupid. Because the Freedom Gundam, their wings, they're aimed down when they're not like open. So it's kind of like because then otherwise it looks kind of like that.
Ah, so it's more spread out and not just staying at attention.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I like that or not, but
fantastic. Look forward to watching that.
Yeah. It'll be something. Knowing me, I'll probably put it at high speed, and that way I can keep the video under 15 minutes.
12 hours later.
And he can also be found mainly in the backstage, giving some great offline content. And where else do you hang out? What's that one place? Oh, the waiting room. That's right. You can catch him over in the waiting room.
LDG, you can plug your own shit. You don't need me right here. I mean, why do we need to hear it twice?
But people need to know that you're there. It's your plug, not my plug. It's just.
But it's
bonus.
your place, so that makes it your plug.
Well, it's a bonus side
I'm not
effect.
going to plug you, LDG. I'm not going to plug you. I'm not that kind of guy.
You don't have to plug. Listen, I plug myself just fine. Okay, you know what? We're stopping this conversation right now. I'm just stopping this conversation right now.
Whoa!
Emergency stop. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Wait.
But
There's
wait,
more.
there's more.
Oh,
I gotta say that wait, there's more is a much better transition than what I used to have. I used to have a gif of Captain Terrell shooting himself and vaporizing himself from Marathon. That was like my transition for all my gifs. Captain Terrell died a lot.
So, LDG, What do you have
Yo.
going on this week aside from building Prometheus more?
Yeah. It's Sunday. I told. Oh, there we go. That's it. If you get these, you need to call me. That's right. What do I got going on? I'm deciding whether or not to bring the waiting room back tomorrow or Tuesday. I definitely want to do a video tomorrow. I just don't know if that's going to take me, and I can't live stream it, of course. But the waiting room will return. Backstage is always open. YouTube.com/Nerdrotica for the channel, and the backstage, which is nerdrotica.com/backstage. Come hang out, and yeah.
Wait, did you say
See how the week goes?
Did you say come hang out?
Okay, no.
Bruce, I need a full screen.
God. It's Sunday, dude. Can we wind down from all of this? Can no.
You love it when they say, "Do not come." Oh, I'm gonna go.
Mercy. Mercy.
Wow.
You're lucky I don't have everything set up.
Unfortunately, I have
Anyway.
to actually unplug my headset to get the audio to go over the microphone.
Yeah, we heard that.
I don't have a fancy setup like LG does right now for audio.
GoPro.
All right.
Rose.
Hey guys, that was the Sunday stream. Thank you, Makini, for bringing me on Sundays on your channel. And I'm sorry that you had things going on today, but we kept the paint and chill going on for the past 4 hours and 40 minutes. You guys have had some quality content. I hope I entertained, and I do hope that you guys enjoyed yourself while you were here. I must thank my amazing chat that was here. Carol's Cookies, lovely Sherry. We had Legion of Myth pop in, and my great panelists that were at one point part of the chat as well. The LDG of Geeks and Joy, Tim Christ, Baron G. Rock, the Cigar DM, and T-shirted Historian, all of which I have enjoyed this time with immensely. You guys made 4 hours go by like that. It felt much shorter than an episode of Mork and Mindy. So I will be back tomorrow night. Monday, I have nothing going on. Tuesday, I'll be hanging out with some people from Legion of Myth. Wednesday, doing Gatekeepers as well. Actually, no, Biggest Geek is on Tuesday. Gatekeepers on Legion of Myth channel, I believe, this week. And then Thursday, come back to my channel for Table Breakers. And Friday, yeah, Legion of Myth shows up and everybody else leaves. Sounds about right, yeah. But we'll be back on Friday for the chill stream with Legion of Myth. And then Saturday, it's a free day so far. But for those of you that were here, I thank you so much. And you guys take care, be safe, wash your hands, and do not let somebody tell you how to think. That's not their prerogative, your prerogative. You must be the one to helm your ship. Thank you so much.